watch me win. cute, ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live ever, never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And the hand that's in this, gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on a centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven.
strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
你小子肯得惊奇呀！ And we are back to the 31st day of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. My name is Infinity, and together with me is Autalus. Autalus, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. This is week number 7. We just concluded week number 6, so with such a banger stories, multiple series that really went the distance. And when we say distance, it literally went the distance. 36 minutes and 36 seconds was the longest game time that we saw from last week. That was Sunday. And in this week, more surprises will be in store for us. Of course, starting with a banger as well. NAOS going against Venom.
Yeah, definitely is. I think this will be such a series to look out for. And I love how you mentioned about this series as well. I mean, the long distance and surprises. Because the thing is, last week was filled with these surprises, right? It was a lot of these turnarounds, win streaks, the change of leaderboards have been emphasized in last week and even 2 weeks ago. And I think that could really just speak a lot of things coming into the following days of Wild Rift League Asia.
Yeah, indeed. Standings are already shaping up, and we are down to our last 2 weeks, which means that every game really matters for those that really want to qualify themselves on towards the playoffs. We look into the standings of the CN Conference, and you look at how tight 7, 8, 9, and 10. Even number 6, right? They're just one win ahead of the number 10 squad in JDG. Only OMG is really lagging behind with 2 and 7 record. But it's not yet over for them, especially if they get a win today. Chances are they will still be able to compete for the playoff spot.
Definitely is. And I feel like it's just a huge surprise, right? Coming into the first few weeks of Wild Rift League Asia, we saw EDG. We saw Woohoo Gaming on top. EDG more towards the bottom half of the currency and conference, and now tides have shifted, right? Things have changed, and now EDG currently sitting at the 3rd spot is something to really behold of this team, because currently they are on a win streak.
Yeah, they are on a 7-game win streak, 7 series win streak. So they started 0-3. It was really flat when they started. And again, we have to take note of their coaching change. They are now with the previous coach of KBG, Coach Laubai, and then Coach Laubai. When he figured out what to do, everything just, clicked. And now we'll move over to the APAC conference. And of course, the APAC conference side has more intensity to it because we are looking at the top 1, 2, and 3. They almost have identical records. Saigon Cerberus Esports does have the 4th best record at 5-5. But more importantly for them was that they were able to win against Buriram United last week. And it really pushes Buriram United outside of the playoff picture, especially knowing that the next matches of BRU are against very formidable teams. So I think, the top 4 that we are seeing right now, Infinity is very much set.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, in CES, in the first couple of weeks coming into Wild Rift League Asia, it's been underperforming. But this time around, they're really pushing the borders here. Now, for the side of CN Conference, we see the plays. The best of week 6 here, X-Jang to be the starter of it. Into the Baron lane, jungler would be X-Bai.
Yeah, Xiaozhang, along with Alone and Langui, 3 of the 5 EDG members that has really been on the tail recently. Again, when we talk about EDG, it's all about them clicking right on time, and again having that 7 series win streak is really very remarkable. Now Feibai is also a mid laner that I'm always looking at as not really an up and coming, but he's been around for the longest time now, and even with the veteran status that he has, he's still capable of putting up a very good performance in the mid lane. You look at his skill participation of 63%, not too shabby. Damage percentage though 25% for a mid laner. I would say he's doing a good job.
Yeah, he's so strong currently coming into the mid lane. We always have emphasized how the mid lane would be a bit crucial coming into these matchups, especially considering when it comes to the early mid game, we're in these fights, these plays, considerable amount of plays happens here. And now when you speak about the kill participation, one of the best players and one of the players that we have to look at coming in from week 6 is Alone with pretty much 81.70% kill participation. So every single team fight is pretty much there.
Yeah, Marksman meta almost always is going to be Alone's time to shine. And you look at the damage percentage share of the 27.41. It's not as huge when compared to other, carry performances from the Marksman. But when his number is being called upon, he's almost always guaranteed to perform. And you look at the damage per gold graph that you have, he's making use of his gold and is being efficient with it 120% more than the normal AD carry would make use of the gold. And that mainly is the reason why he is our best player for week number 6 for the CN conference. Let's jump over to the APAC conference, and now this is a surprise, right? Like we were talking about this backstage, that we do have Team Flash. 2 of their members, Shiki and T3, is debuting in our top 5 of the week.
Yeah, Team Flash now has Shiki and T3 coming into the best of week 6. And you also have KD Rollster Y, because the thing is, KD Rollster Y also did a lot of things in the prior weeks. I believe they were able to beat NAOS Esports in the respective series last week. And I think that is also very significant, because thus far, KD Rollster Y has been looking to be defeated by a couple of these APAC teams, but now being able to defeat NAOS Esports is something about this team that really shines throughout these latter weeks.
Yeah, and like KD Rollster Y is always super strong, right? Like they are a team that we know is going to qualify themselves on towards the playoffs, and even with the roster changes that they have made, although it's small, it still impacted their early form into the season. But now that they are starting to get into the groove of things, Daw leading the way, very stable, right? From the jungle, damage percentage share of 50%, damage taken percentage share of 24%. And more importantly, it's all about reading the map. It's all about providing information and leadership towards his team. And when it comes to smite fights, Manager though is always reliable, right? Like he's that player that will make use of the Kazakhs so well. Now we look into the top 5 pick and bans, right? Like the top 5 most relevant champions, and at number 1, you don't see her often just because she's Evelyn.
So strong.
She's stealthed. And 98% appearance rate with, of course, a ban rate of 88% is just too much.
Yeah, Evelyn shined in the past weeks. 4 wins, 0 losses is huge off this champion. But something to take note about these top 5 ban pick coming into the prior week is Severe and Hecarim going in.
Yeah, it's the marksman meta coupled with team fighting, right? Like you have the Severe that will just be able to cast on the hunt for the team, and then the team will just allow her space to free fire or to free hit. And that's been the name of the store. That's been the name of the game for every time the Severe gets logged in. It's all about, finding the opportunity when it comes to team fighting. And we've seen multiple highlights of the champion last week. Is it still going to be the same for this week? We are about to find out as we look into today's matchup.
Yeah, you mentioned this a while ago already. Series number 1, the header of this matchup for today would be NAOS up against Fennel, an APAC matchup that we have for a very first one, and then match 2 will follow through with Trace Esports up against BRU.
It's super fun to see the 3 matches that we have, especially the last match, Thunder Talk versus OMG. Mainly because OMG is one half of the team that played 36 minutes and 36 seconds. So it was against KBG. Now against Thunder Talk, which is primarily the number 1 team that we have in the entirety of the league. I'm not 100% sure if we'll even reach that far. Now we move over, of course, to our first matchup. NAOS Esports from Manila will be fielding in their original 5, Metsura, Mirmo, Margo, and Calm, with Fate coming in instead of Zalpi. The last time that they played, they were so close again in winning against a CN team. But in the end, the CN team really prevailed. And it was Zalpi that really played in that game. So it was kind of surprising. Now that we have Fate in again, I think, everything will stabilize for now. Yeah,
and on the opposite side, on the flip side here for series number 1 will be Fennel. It will be Spells coming into the Baron lane, Chaz into the jungler. Mid laner would be Helios, and into the bottom lane, it will be Danny and Horizon.
This is the starting 5 that has been the I would say go-to for Coach Kaigu ever since halfway into the season. Uh, they figured that Arthros is not really clicking it with the rest of the team, and so they have brought back Horizon onto the support role, leaving Spells as their starting Baron laner. But we move over to our host. It's
Ladies and
Yo
gentlemen,
Boy
welcome to the
Yoho.
Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Manila NAOS versus Manila Fennel. So who can win the civil war of Manila City? Time to witness. Now please welcome Manila NAOS and the Manila Fennel.
And here we go. I mean, currently we're looking at these teams right now. It will be NAOS Esports, the round table here coming from this team. I think thus far they have been showing a lot of promise coming to Wild Rift League Asia with change, as you mentioned, Fate coming into the draft.
Yeah. So if that was the round table, what do you call that? Rectangle
The
table.
rectangle table.
I have the same table though.
Oh, you do? You
Same
do?
brand. Yeah, it's a very common brand here in the Philippines. So, yeah, with Fate coming in, I really think that Zappy and Fate, they are interchangeable. It's more of the comfortability, right? When it comes to the meta champions, it's all about the champion pool. The current champion pool that we have, especially with Aatrox really cementing himself as one of the go-to junglers right now, I feel that that pick is centered around Zappy's playstyle. He wants to go in while still being able to tank damage for his team. Meanwhile, Fate, we all know his playstyle, right? Like he's been playing the Lee since the Graves back in the day, right? It's all about being able to carry his team. His Kha'Zix is almost always going to surprise you out of nowhere. So it's a luxury to have by Coach Lucid to really have two junglers of same caliber to be able to perform for NAOS.
Yeah, and right now we're jumping into the Howling Abyss, and I like how you mentioned a while ago the interstitch as well, right? You had the NAOS Esports with Fate and also Zappy having that switch time and time again, and for the side of Fennel, you have Aatrox and Horizon switching in, and I think one of the perspectives as well that we have to remember for Aatrox is that he's one of the best enchanter, arguably, in year 1 and year 2 of Wild Rift Esports. And right now it's all about those team fights, and I feel like perspective is the purview is Fennel wants Horizon to come through for the draft to really just put out chaos into the bottom lane.
He's also very good laning during the laning phase, right? Like Horizon's strength is because he has the killer instinct. Whenever that he sees an opportunity, he will not let go of it, and that comes with him being an original Baron laner and an Akali main as well. In fact, in some of the wins that Fennel had against the formidable teams, it was Horizon making a play alongside Shaz. So their synergy as well is starting to heat up, and I won't be surprised if Fennel would actually get the game against NAOS.
Definitely is, and I also feel like Horizon was the one who brought out the Akali AD before with the Defiance Wanderer and just a hybrid, right? Bringing out that tank Akali into the front lines for his respective team.
Yeah, like he's one of the OGs, right? For sure. Back in his day in NXP when he was still with now G2 Blacklist's mid laner and jungler, right? So those were the days. But we'll look into an engage here by Spelts.
Yeah, a good slicing Maelstrom here. We'll be able to lock down one as Calm goes down.
Right. And this is also a very good warm-up. Because whenever we look into an ARM game, right, we all know that it's for side selection. And yeah, side selection is good to have, but it's not a must-have, right? Like oftentimes, the teams we just consider this as a warm-up as we look into Fate, going for an engage, and he will be destroyed here by the Ari. But, just going back, it's all about, getting the best possible warm-up. And the best possible warm-up I'm seeing right now is Chaz on the Aatrox. This could be a very good indication as to what champion he will be picking up for later.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about Aatrox as well as a jungle champion towards Chaz more specifically, because it has seen so much light over the past few weeks, and that is also considering how he's just very sustainable as a champion. He goes through walls with a jump, right? I think overall that is one of the expectations that we could have coming into the following games, alongside with the likes of Lee Sin, along with the likes of these very strong junglers. Evelyn for one as well could be expected if it's left open.
Especially at number 1 pick and ban for week number 6. Helios, by the way, going in with a sneaky flash into a charm combo. But yeah, just to give you also a very quick recap about the Aatrox last week. It was kind of controlled with a pro composition that was run by, one team opposing to it, and that's also one of the weaknesses we often see from the Aatrox as we see a clash here, slicing Maelstrom being casted here by Spelts and Arisen trying desperately to survive. He survives right then and there, but yeah, just going back, it's about controlling Aatrox, right? If you poke away Aatrox even before the fight starts, things could go into your favor.
Margot will be able to look into the backside here by Fennel. Arisen though will be able to answer back as Calm trying to reach through with a snowball, bringing Galio down, but a trade will be secured.
Right, and finally some momentum heading over to Fennel, but as I say that's Fade getting a double kill. And also Mitsura getting that over-aggressive return kill as well. As we look into Fennel, they are actually in the lead right now in this Aram game. But then again, it's all about just getting momentum in this Aram game. I don't have the stats, but do you think you can guess as to how many times the winner of the Aram game ends up winning the series?
Oh, that's a difficult tell, right?
Yeah, exactly, right?
I feel like it's a point wherein these two teams, or every single team at this point, knows how to play towards the red side selection and also the blue side selection. Because at the end of the day, these two sides have their own respective pros and cons.
Exactly, and that's the thing that I also am, fond of. When we have this side selection, of course, in the current meta, blue side really is at the premium right now. But there are teams that are really doing great on the red side as we look into a wombo combo just being opened up again by Helios here on the Ari. Oh man, I miss Helios and Assassins though. That's one thing for sure.
Yeah, Helios has been one of the players that is arguably one of the strongest mid laners as well. Because the thing is, he came from the top lane, went into the mid lane to switch for Exocen prior in RRQ, and I think that just gave him so much flexibility when it comes to the champions, right? He was the one who, I believe, was the first one who brought out the Fiora mid lane, the Aatrox mid lane back in the day.
He's very innovative for sure, and his killer instinct. In fact, one of his most remarkable highlight reel was on the Akali. So he is a guy that can play almost anything. But I really love his assassins, right? His decision making, him finding angles that you don't often see, and his Zed has had a lot of solo kills as well. Oh wait, hang on, what happened? Calm tried to go for initiation, and then fell flat to his face. I guess was what happened there.
Yeah, I mean it's a bear, right? So typically you wanna face to the floor, but here right now, Fennel going to jump through. Good cast coming in for the side of NAOS, but right now the aggression of Fennel is being sought after. Mitsura just got CC chained. Now Fade and Margot, the only ones left. Margot wants to go in for the stun, connects onto Aatrox. Chaz falls down, but Fennel wants to go in for the turret. Will not be able to do so, but Danny is now pinned out, and now Esports will be able to get that wipe.
Damage coming in from the Pyke as well, with the executions and reset available to NAOS Esports. They do have a very good wombo combo ARAM lineup. As you see that there's a Gragas that builds full AP. You also have Calm on the Malphite. So, whenever Fennel's members are stacked one on top of one another, chances are NAOS would capitalize and would really be able to win a team fight.
Yeah, and the additional layer to that is also with them picking up the Pike, right? The thing about Pike is that it's a coin flip. When you're on the back foot, it's so hard to battle up against the opposition. But when you're on the lead, expect Pike to really just pour out everything. Get that Penta, get that Quadra.
Yeah, you love to see Pike. I love to play Pike whenever I'm on an ARM game. As we look at Shaz, is going to utterly be destroyed here with all that burst damage. But Spell says no, and that slicing Maelstrom was sexy. Fennel gets the sizable advantage finally in opening up this inhibitor tower into this ARM game 8 minutes in.
Yeah, it was an impressive slicing Maelstrom that pretty much changed the whole team fight towards the side of Fennel. And now Calm wants a kill of their own, but Donnie now being chased out will be able to go for that route. But Donnie just wants to go in for the reset along with Spells. At this point in time, there is still an extra shield. There's no wave for the side of NAOS, so it's a good time for them to go back.
Exactly, reset time. And I believe Arisen was able to get himself executed, so denying some resources as well towards the NAOS members, and Helios always sneaky to be able to at least get a good chunk of Mirmo's health bars here. But luckily for Mirmo, there's a lot of health packs. Woo!
There's a lot of health packs, but it's now going to be Helios who falls down, but they still have Chast coming into the front line. So when it comes to sustainability, I don't think they are going to lose that much, but Chast getting pinned down quite a bit. He has to retreat for now, but now the teammates comes through. You have so much response coming for the side of Fennel. They will lose 2 members immediately.
And Marco, alright, good sidestep. He's having a hard time going for resets, right? I don't think I have seen a triple kill from the from Marco's spike as of yet, but another engage.
Shield of Iran, just because of the hook, connects onto Margo and Mermo, and now the snowball as well, followed up by Spells, finishes them up, and that will be a double kill for the side of Fennel.
Yeah, but there are no minions left for Fennel here. They have to wait for the upgraded minion, or the empowered minion, right in front of everyone, and you look at Calm, just being that front line that NAOS needs right now. Also, Fate just waiting for the proper angle for him to go in, and Calm! Oh, wait, hang on!
Calm is not calm here today. He wants to gain access onto Danny and Chaz, and that was just perfect coming through for side of NAOS. They were able to bring down Spells. They were able to bring down Horizon on top of that, and that just bought precious time for the side of NAOS.
Yeah, I was remember that Calm is not calm most of the time here in the Wild Rift game, because there was their last game against Weibo Gaming. Calm was really one of the best reasons why they enjoyed a 1-0 advantage, and also was very close in securing another win against the CN team. I believe if you do not count the playoffs, NAOS does actually have the most number of wins against CN teams. As we look at Mirmo, oh no, oh, he survives. That's good.
Now Margo and Mermo, the only ones left with the Bryson coming into the front lines here. Very sustainable champion overall, so not expecting for NAOS Esports to be able to bring him down that easy. So that will just be a tower defense for now for the side of Fennel.
Yeah, it's about just finding all those resources for your late game. But this is already the late game, so it's actually quite a longer ARM game than most of the ARM games I've casted so far. But Horizon, once in,
coming into the back lines as well with a flash shield of Duran coming in. Calm will be able to access the back lines here, but it's already a 2-4-3 trade. Now Fennel will have the numbers advantage as Helios tries to run away. Calm uses up the flash to finish Helios up, but this will be a 3v2 with NAOS Esports now on the back foot. The CC chain is flawless. Spells will be able to go in for the stun onto Calm, but a very sustainable champion connects onto Horizon. Not be able to get that trade as Fate will be on 1 left.
Yeah. I'm curious if Horizon did go for the Warmogs, but Chaz going in wants to finish this ARM game once and for all, and I think he was successful in doing so. 3-man strong with the push here, and finally we have the ARM game concluded.
Yeah, Speltz having the cannon is an absolute godlike champion on himself. That's like amazing. But I don't know if it's going to come through when it comes to the composition. Maybe with a Savior in mind, but
Yeah.
that's going to be a difficult champion to pull off in Wild Rift.
Yeah, very squishy as well. And oftentimes, you know, when you go for this offensive Baron laners, because oftentimes it gets picked in the Baron lane, right? You have to consider that once the wave is being controlled by your opponent, and as a very squishy cannon, you know what's next, right? They will just build up the wave, and then once the wave is fully built up, they will call for their jungler and tower dive you, and you will be so defenseless. That I think is the reason why, you know, all those squishy Baron laners is not finding light right now. We used to have the Lucians, we used to have those actions, right? Exactly,
Action as
dominate
well.
the Baron lane. But here in competitive, those squishy champions gets punished hard by all the junglers that knows how to tower aggro.
Yeah, especially considering if you have the likes of Evelyn, the Lee Sin, probably the Jace as well, that could visit the top lane and could get that easy kill with that easy suppression, right? So that would be one of the perspectives coming into these drafts as well. Like, what do these teams want to do? Well, not a cannon top lane, not these marksman top lanes, but in other roles.
Yeah, it's when we go into the drafting phase, I guess the first question will be what will be the game plan for both the squads, because we know that Fennel loves to play around Chaz, and it's all about finding Chaz his perfect champion to carry the game for Fennel. Meanwhile, for NAOS, they can win from everywhere, right? Like Mirmo Mirmo is very solid in the Dragon lane. Mitsura has been player of the month, of the weeks for the entirety of APAC in the mid lane, right? So Fate is also capable in, you know, playing carry junglers, and Calm often overshadowed, but is one of my favorite players from now. It's just because of his stability, and, you know, when given the opportunity, he will carry.
Right, and I like how you mentioned about Mitsura as well being one of the players that has garnered so much fans over the past few weeks and even the months, because the thing is, we also have to take note, like, Mitsura is not just about any player. He's one of the pillars back in the days with Team Underground's win streak in the beginning of WCS, I believe. So Mitsura is really a player to watch out for coming into game number 1 and even in this series. But right now, we're jumping into the draft.
Did you say UDG?
Ooh.
Oh man, UDG versus no. There's something positive that I have to talk about, right? Like UDG versus RRQ, and you guess what, right? That it was Mitsura versus Helios. So this rivalry in the mid lane, it's been there since forever, right? For forever. Now we look into the bans, and more surprisingly here for now, as they take away the Fiora. Oh, by the way, new development here. Finally, we are transitioning over to the newer patch. We are now on patch 4.4C.
Yeah, definitely is. So right now we see a bans coming through for the likes of Vladimir, Aatrox, Jax, Fiora, Evelyn, and Hecarim removed. So these huge engage tools for the side of both teams have been removed. But speaking of engage, we have Camille being locked in by Fennel.
Best possible for spec for Fennel, just because it also is. It also will allow you to play for the team fight. Now, since it's patch 4.4C, I'm wondering if we will ever see. Never mind. That was my question. My question was about the warrior princess from Shurima. Just cause, you know, Sivir got nerfed in patch 4.4C. And I think it was really needed. That the nerfs on Sivir was pretty much needed just because of how strong she was. And this is going to be the first game that we will be seeing her in her current form.
Yeah, and just the on the hunt coming in from Sivir enables so much for the team, especially when it comes to those team fights. Right? But one of the champions that has been changed is Nautilus and the Ashe. And it is going to be hovered here by Fennel, but if it's locked in, that's something that speaks a lot when it comes to adaptation here by Fennel.
They have a lot of engage tools. Fennel has Nautilus, of course, does have the hook, does have the depth charge. They also have the enchanted crystal arrow and hextech ultimatum. So when it comes to, having the easiest go time of all, Fennel does have it. And this is surprising because oftentimes, you don't pick a Kha'Zix against all those easy lockdowns. Nautilus has a lockdown. Camille has a very good lockdown as well. And Ash can actually spot your rotations using the hawk shot. So this is a very confident pick coming in from NAOS.
Yeah, coming in from NAOS. But if it's something, Fate could be the one who is successful in using Kha'Zix. Coming into game number 1 here, but Vi already removed by NAOS. I think they're looking at the perspective that, we have to remove these lock, click, and point and click CC, if you may. Yeah. Especially considering that they will be relying when it comes to these team fights onto Sivir.
It's also the Lee Sin, possibly. All those possible early game junkers that can outpace the Kha'Zix is already out of the way, which means that Chaz might just go for the Jace here because that's the best thing possible, I'm thinking. If I'm the coach of Fennel, I might just be asking Chaz to play the Jace because, you look at their lineup. Yeah, they do have very good initiations, but they clearly lack on the damage side.
Oh, Riven. We've looked at Riven over the past week, right? We were discussing how Sivir can be enabling for these teams and for these champions. And Riven was one of these champions that gains a lot of these access coming into the back line for that mobility. But Shen, going to be locked in by Fennel, or well hovered by Fennel, could still pivot to something else.
Yeah, they need to, because they clearly lack damage, right? Like, if they go for Shen, I don't think they will have enough damage to burn through all potential tanks or all potential big objectives in the game. And so Fennel wisely goes for a carry instead. And it does look like that this Yone will go into the hands of Chaz. And they will need some form of AP damage, heavy AP damage. It is. Oh, wow. Okay, so Akali was left through. And this is one of my requests. During the interrupt game, Helios is playing an assassin.
Oh, the answer back though. Kassadin will be locked in for the side of NAOS. So when it comes to that battle into the mid lane of Kassadin versus Kali, this will not be a great time for the side of Fennel. But nevertheless, I was thinking like a Kali jungle, not gonna happen.
It's never gonna happen, right? Like, and good morning, Mr. Infinity, because this is going to be a very good game to start everything, right? Like, you have Assassins for Helios being answered by the pocket pick of Mitsura and the Kassadin. You have Chaz on the Yone, which is basically the carry. So everything that you can ask for from a draft standpoint here for NAOS and for Fennel it was actually gifted to us by the coaching staff. So now that is out of the way, it's all going to boil down to execution. Who will have the better execution this time? Will it be NAOS? Will it be Fennel? NAOS, of course, is sitting comfortably at the top of the standings. Meanwhile, Fennel, they want a win. They need a win, right? In order for them to at least have a chance.
Yeah, in order for them to be able to creep themselves back and have a chance towards the playoffs. And this is pretty much a battle of the brains here by these coaching staff. Coach Lucid, for the side of NAOS, and for the side of Fennel, it will be Coach Kaigu and Analyst Exosen. When it comes to the draft, when it comes to game 1, here it goes.
Excited to see this, right? Like, this is... They are teams that are very familiar with each other. Coach Lucid was formerly a Fennel. Their Baron Laner, Calm, was formerly a Fennel. So they do have ties, right? Like, and, among other things, surely they are friends with each other, and they often, get to see each other in RGs as well. So it will be very exciting to see this. Now, Calm did go for a ward to kind of spot out Chaz, but immediately spotted will be the ward, and that will be an easy sweeping assist coming in from Chaz.
Yeah, and expectedly coming into the bottom lane as well, as we look into Danny and Horizon and Margot and Mermo, it will be Fennel who has a better level 1 here, because you have more pokes coming into the side of Danny with the arrow, and also have Horizon, which is having the Nautilus, rather, right? Which is arguably one of the strongest supports when it comes to level 1, level 2, level 3.
Oh, surely, right? Like, the amount of shield that you get with your second skill basically allows for you to have a front line while also being able to dish out magic damage, and that mainly is the reason why Nautilus is one of the strongest when it comes to all those level 2 engages. It's all about damage mitigation, and so now, Mirmo and Margot often will be pushed back into their tower. The good thing for them, though, is that Danny is on an Ashe, so it's not, oh wait, hang on, Horizon? Okay, never mind. But yeah, just going back to the Ashe point, it's not as obnoxious as a Lucian to play against, so...
Or even
that
the
hard.
Ezreal. Yeah?
Exactly. It's not that hard to play against the Ashe during the laning phase, so that I believe is going to be some positive point towards the NAOS bot lane as we look into a very quiet early game. Everyone just wants to farm and level up for any potential team fight. Come 3 minutes or 4 minutes of the game, we're in, you can squeeze in an ultimate hero or two, right? Like, because it will still be up by the 5-minute mark. So expect that, especially with the Ashe, if he becomes level 5, he'll just be throwing an enchanted crystal arrow from afar.
Agreed. And the reason behind these as well, why it's so quiet coming into the game, is because when it comes to the jungle, we have Kha'Zix, we have Yone. And these two champions really needs time to be able to scale up until that level 5, wherein now it opens up a whole new beast of movesets and ultimate to be able to go in for those engages. But more nice use of the spell block to be able to go and retreat. Honey Fruit uses up the flash coming from Margot to retreat there, but coming on top side. We mentioned this. Level 5, name of the game.
And that's a very easy execution coming in from Fennel. Now Chaz also knows what's up. He smelled fate from afar away and will still be safe here. But that's a very good advantage on the top side right now. Fennel, it's so easy to do this, right? One Hextech ultimatum to dodge away that knockup coming in from Calm. Calm was very aggressive, right? Like those are the very aggressive plays that you don't expect from them. Wow.
With a perfect execution, he just got deleted.
That's 2 kills for Fennel. That's a double kill for Fennel's side. Now, we are now enjoying a Fennel is now enjoying a 3-1 scoreline ahead of NAOS.
Yeah, it's a very strong start here by the side of Fennel, and something that we have to fear for is when Fennel gets a chance to be able to scale up until a very, very good massive lead and balloons this into a massive gold advantage. This will be scary considering you have the Akali, you have the Ashe as well to the side of Fennel, along a lot of utilities that could set up these plays.
Yeah, and this is the best start that you can ask for Fennel, right? Not only did they use their ultimates in a very timely manner, it also netted them 3 kills to just 1 for now. So NAOS knows that they are in the back foot, and if Fennel even decide, oh wow, another one.
Nice arrow coming through as well.
Wow.
Coming from the mid lane up above, and now Esports will not be able to answer back, and Fennel got themselves a free kill.
Okay, so this is definitely a very confident Fennel now. That's 2 kills that they were able to get on the top lane. A back-to-back death from the Baron laner that you often see is on the more calculated side, right? Calm often would not lose his lane this hard, but Speltz is actually proving the doubters wrong and is making use of I would say the focus that Fennel is putting on the top side, because that's twice in a row that we see members of Fennel help the Baron laner.
Yeah, and the thing is, we do not really have to babysit the likes of Danny and Horizon, right? Because we've mentioned this, right? Danny has these long-range engage with the ultimate as well, and the Horizon's really strong as a support into the early phases of the matchup. Now, Fate Seal coming into the backside, but Margot will be able to sidestep and dodge that. Fennel just starts up the Rift and gets it.
And that's a very easy takedown of the objective. But the thing for NAOS, though, is that they're taking a long time. Oh, no!
Pressure arrow connects onto Fate with a shuriken flip, comes in, and Fate just got deleted. No more jungler left for the side of NAOS. And Fennel will get themselves pretty much free 2 objectives.
A back-to-back objective, also netting a kill onto the jungler of NAOS. Oh, wow. Okay, I did not expect this. I don't think anyone expected this, but NAOS is definitely on the back foot right now. You look at that smite coming in from Fate. It left 1 HP, but I don't think it would have any, or it would have made any difference. It's about Fennel recognizing that they are in the lead, and so now, even with the lead that Fennel was able to get the first few minutes of this game, they still decided to contest for the Rift Herald, which in turn made them late in going for the other objective, which is going to be the dragon, and that's a 2-for-2 for Fennel, and just. This is going to be very hard for NAOS to come back from.
Ooh, nice utilization of the flower into the right quadrant or top quadrant jungle. But Horizon's just too tanky at this point in time. But NAOS will be able to go in for the 3-man rotation top side, so not an easy push here.
Possibly 4-man push. If we look at an arrow, alright, arrow swings wide, and now for NAOS though, they're just being pressed into a corner, and all this aggressive plays coming in from Fennel allows for them to catch NAOS off guard, and we all know what is what could be the play here for Fennel. Catch NAOS off their rotations, and with their Hextech Ultimatum, with their Nautilus, and even their Ash, it's just so easy to execute all these pick compositions or all these pickups coming in from Fennel.
I echo your thoughts, right? Because when we look at the flip side, when we look at the opposite side of NAOS Esports, right, what are their dependencies? It will be Ornn with the Call of the Forge God, but what else? Yes, you could go in for the On the Hunt, you could look into Calm for a lot of these CCs, but the thing is, it will only be the support for the side of NAOS that could go for those big engages.
Exactly. Call of the Forge God, which often is enough, right? Like, we've seen composition centered around just one engager, and then have someone else or have the rest of the team be able to still do a decent amount of damage. But of course, with this amount of lead for Fennel, NAOS is really scrambling. If we look at Mitsura, the 1v1 between him and Helios will mostly guaranteed be an advantage for Helios. Oh no.
It's just so good, and Spells will be able to gain access onto Calm. No more Care 1 turret as well, so we'll be able to catch up, but respects are given.
Yeah. There is no Hextech Ultimatum, and finally something positive for now.
Fate Seal.
But Chaz, wow!
That Fate Seal will be able to dodge it. This might slow down Margot, but that will just be the retreat here by now. Spade just gets CC. There's just no escape. Shuriken Flip will be able to catch him up. Now Horizon will be the target here, but will still live with 1 HP. Seaver comes into the bot side. Down he goes and use the exhaust. Helios catching up.
Spells.
This is an overextension, but they can turn this into value as Seaver will fall.
Spells that come from where? Top rope, I believe, because that was so far. He walked so far to really get that assassination onto the backside. We'll look into that replay once again, right? Like with Danny and company, it's all about Fate just getting luck with just one crowd control and follow through with a depth charge. And this is what we're talking about, right? When you're drafting Kazakhs, oftentimes you don't draft it against a Nautilus, but look into the live, there's something happening here.
Yeah, Riven already down as Calm. Just got the lead, and now Fate has to run away and retreat up against Belts and the likes of Nautilus for the side of Fennel.
This is now is really having a hard time against all the 5 members of Fennel, and this is because Fennel is actually doing a very good job in not just getting all those early game advantage, but maximizing it, getting territories, and planting their vision around those areas that they can just do this over and over again, rinse and repeat for them, right? Like just throw arrows, throw Hextech Ultimatum, and so now for Fennel, it's all about playing this methodically and shutting door against NAOS, because they're doing a very good job here, Infinity.
Yeah, not giving any breathing room for the side of NAOS, because at this point in time, they already have a 4K gold lead, and in 10 minutes, that's already massive. And right now, Shadow Crystal Arrow will connect along with Hextech Ultimatum, and that's just no escape.
That's 2 dragons, 11-1, by the way, is the score line here. Oh, NAOS is... Okay, the number 1 team from APAC is really struggling to find bearing here. And is it still doable for NAOS to come back from this massive deficit? Obviously, there is still a chance for them to, get a win. Although it's proving to be harder and harder by the minute here, Infinity, with
It
you know
is.
the big advantage that Fennel was able to get. And it's not just the gold, right? It's about the 2 dragons as well. Now they can threaten for an ice dragon soul, which basically would cement everything.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about that, right? Because there's always a winning opportunity to turn things around. But the thing is, we always have to emphasize, right? We've mentioned this. NAOS only has that huge dependency onto Margot for the Call of the
Yeah.
Forge God. But for the side of Fennel, what do they have? Jonas, Fate Sealed. You have Nautilus, Hulk, Drench Line, and Depth Charge.
Oh,
You
man.
also have what? Camille with Hexic Ultimatum.
Hexic
There's just
Ultimatum.
too much. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well
What?
from the Ash. So just nothing to do. And coming into the top side, Calm just gets visited by 2 members,
Yeah.
Helios and Chaz, and there's just no way of escape.
Horizon also engaging again for Fennel.
We'll be able to cancel out the ultimate of Horizon with a spell block for the side of Marmo, but it's not enough. They get the red buff, which is what they wanted, and the Baron's open.
Baby Baron, 12 minutes, very squishy. And they do have enough damage to really take this down. Now Margot and Naos, they don't have anyone to really check the dark areas. And with their jungler being so low in health, that's another advantage towards Fennel. And I think we're just waiting for formalities here. I hate to say it, but I feel, Naos really did not bring the normal fight that we see in them.
Yeah, traditionally we've seen NAOS prioritize a lot of these early game lead, balloon it into a massive advantage, but this time around, it's the opposite play. It's Fennel who's getting so much lead. It's their opposition who get so much value coming into the early game, and these 5-man gank could let them benefit, but look at their mid lane.
Hawkshot. Wow, okay, and then basically everything that Naos did plan for here to corner spells, that will be negated with Fennel just pushing 4-man strong here into the mid lane.
Now the Esports will be able to retreat. 2-man
Okay,
TC coming
good.
from Calm as well to follow up. Donnie
Wow.
just went down, but Ash is traded out. 2-member Seth coming for side of NAOS, and Helios assassinates the back line. The hook coming in from Horizon with a shuriken flip. The distance is covered, and Helios gets the final blow.
That's the ace, and that will be a very naked Nexus.
And Fennel coming from below. Game number 1 up against NAOS. They strike first in the series.
Fennel with a very timely 1-0 against Naos. They're still in contention to at least reach top 6, because I believe, when you look at the standings, the top 6 is also a very good place to end your season, because if I'm not mistaken, top 6 really get some share of the prize pool as well. So that is also one thing to consider for Fennel, right? Like, they don't want to finish their season beyond top 6, because last season they were at top 6, and this season, of course, the goal is for them to still be part of the top 6.
Yeah, hopefully they are going to reach it towards the side of APAC conference, and let's see if they could achieve what we are looking at and running it back coming in from the prior season. But game number 1, it was just flawless. It was clean.
Yeah, it was. It's we have to give credit to Danny, right? Like, his control, him sending arrows from the bottom lane, and hitting his mark over and over again was pretty much the difference why Spelts really enjoyed a very big lead on the top side. And wherever Danny throws his arrows, oftentimes, Fennel's members will be there to actually just stockpile on towards the members of NAOS, which to me allows for me to choose if I will be given a say as to who was the MVP in this game. I think it's Danny, because his arrows were very good.
Agreed, right? The arrows always consistently connecting on top side and even the mid lane. And I think when you have the Sivir as well to the side of NAOS, you want the enablers, you want catalysts for team fights, and one is just not enough. And traditionally, for what we've seen, right, we have Nautilus Sivir, we have Sivir along with Aatrox as well in the same draft, because it's just so much possibility of going and entering on those team fights. NAOS did not have that in game 1.
Yeah, they definitely did not bring their A game. Here, it was too one-sided, 13 minutes and 35. You see the kill record, it's 17-2. And again, just looking at how everything panned out, right? Like, the laning phase was not that bad for NAOS side, right? It's all those rotations. Again, on the top side, we saw the over-aggression coming in from Calm. And we are right. That is the MVP.
Yeah, the arrows were just so crucial. And the information provided for the team as well is an added bonus.
Hawkshot really was able to detect the rotations of the opposing jungler, and that's one of the most underrated things when it comes to drafts that centers around the Ashe.
But you know what's not underrated? It is this series, because we have one more game and possibly another game to follow if ever NAOS brings it back into a third game. We'll just go to a short break, so don't go away.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Everyone to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, and we're now down to match point for the side of Fennel.
It's in one of the more surprising turns of the tournament. Fennel just dominates NAOS in just 13 minutes, and now NAOS will be on the red side still. They will need to find what will be the necessary adjustments, because just by looking at what happened in game number 1, I felt Fennel was ahead, especially when it comes to reading into the new patch, with the buff on the Ashe just being utilized perfectly here by Danny. But it's not the damage that really carried Danny and company into a victory, right? It was his very timely and accurate enchanted crystal arrows as we look into the first 6 bans into the game.
Yeah, we have the traditional, right? We have Vladimir, Aatrox, Jax, but Camille instead being banned away by NAOS, which will be locked in for the side of Fennel, Ornn for the first pick.
Hey, this now at least gives a fighting chance for NAOS when it comes to, going for, I would say, NAOS picks, right? Like, they could still go for pressure points.
Ashe.
Like, I actually want them to prioritize the Fiora here for Calm. So, because for Calm, it's been, if you give him something that he can win on the side lane, he does have the skill to really play around that. But they will be changing their draft here and will instead go for the Zeri.
Yeah, the Zeri will be locked in for the side of NAOS. This opens up the Baron laner for the side of Fennel, or even the jungle as well, if they want to prioritize what they have prioritized back in game number 1 as well. Kha'Zix is open, but Fiora instead will be locked in by the side of Fennel, which gives them a very strong top lane later on.
The only reason why NAOS is confident to just allow Fennel to lock in this Fiora is because they believe that the Riven is a very good counter pick against the Fiora. But the start of this series was not that positive, especially on Calm. He was very aggressive. He was super confident, too far forward, and he got punished hard by Fennel. Now, to round up the first half of the picks here by Fennel, they're going to draft the Zoe, which is very interesting if you are to ask me, because not 100% sure as to where this Zoe will go, because it's still possible for Danny to pick this one up, or Helios, depending to the need of their team. Now, NAOS will be locking in a Gwen, possibly from Mitsura. Are they testing things out is the question.
It could be. Like Gwen coming into a possible top side or even mid lane. We still don't know coming in for the side of NAOS, but good bans coming through. They ban away these ADs because expectedly Fennel will go and depend on the likes of Lucian, Ezreal. Ashe could still be left open by Fennel if they want to pick it up. So NAOS wants to remove a couple of champions here, left and right, by Danny. For Danny.
Fennel is actually the one banning away the Ashe of Mirmo. Just respecting if it will still go to the hands of Mirmo. Because the Baron laner could still be the Gwen, right? Like there's a lot of flexibility to the lineup of NAOS, but oftentimes when we see the Gwen get locked in, it's almost always going to the mid lane instead of it being in the Baron lane or the jungle, right? Like, so yeah, just from history and from stats alone, I think that Mitsura is really going for the Gwen, and no ban for NAOS. Meanwhile, Fennel will be rounding up their ban with the Sivir.
Yeah, Lucian's still left open if ever Fennel wants to pick it up for themselves. It's a really strong early game AD champion coming into the bottom lane, but going for the side of NAOS, they prioritize Vi to go into the jungle.
This is good. This is one of the best junglers for Fate. It allows for them to have one playmaker, because it's all about playmaking for NAOS, right? Their jungler's task is to find all those team fights that can be capitalized by NAOS time and time again. So this is really good if you are to ask me, but this is just as good because whenever you see Lee Sin being locked in, and for Chaz, it's almost always going to be a good day for Fennel and their fans. Oh, instead of going for the Lee Sin, they will be going for the Chazix, which is just as deadly, if not more deadly.
Deadly coming to their draft, because the thing is, Chaz has been using Kazakhs for pretty much the longest time, centuries now, if you think about it, because Chaz with the Kazakhs, pretty much synonymous to their name, have been doing a lot of steals back in the day, and I think that is also the strength and comfortability of Chaz when it comes to these champions. So I expect a lot of things for Chaz to do great things in game 2.
It's not just Chaz, right? Like the flexibility that this Zoe pickup of allowing Danny to still go for the Lucian and then Helios being playing the Zoe will be. I would say this is actually still a very, very good draft overall. Considering how Fennel performed in game number 1, I won't be surprised if they will gun for a 2-0. On the other side, though, at least something positive for the side of NAOS is that they do have the assassin in the mid lane, which can actually win the lane against a very squishy Zoe. So Mitsura, with all his accolades, with all his very good games so far into the season, I feel that he has to step up, right? Like he has to show himself, because he was extremely passive in game number 1. Not his fault though, it was the Kassadin, but in game number 2, there will be at least a little bit more opportunity for NAOS to go for fights that they want.
Yeah, we'll see, because right now draft has changed quite a bit, and this is game 2. Fennel in game number 1 has pretty much dominated the entirety of the early game. Now they have Lucian as well, so that could speak a lot as well when it comes to these early pacing, but nevertheless, NAOS could still have that chance to be able to turn things around.
It's just okay. A very quick change up. Danny would be the one playing Zoe, which is again the flexibility that they brought into their lineup. This is what I was talking about. Now Helios is able to play the Lucian. And we all know Helios, he's one of the best laners that we have here in the Philippines, especially in the mid lane. He's just pushing away Mitsura onto a corner, just netting some advantages, gold and XP wise against Mits.
Yeah, I mean this is an Akali
hit.
matchup. Yeah, got hit. Really unfortunate, but Akali at level 1 is pretty much a bit useless, especially up against the likes of a Lucian of an early game champion. So this is one of the expectations when it comes to the laning phase.
Yeah, but he kind of threw away all the lead that he was getting just because of that hit from the tower shot. That's so big, especially in the first few minutes of the game. It's just not it's not allowed for you to get hit by towers, just because whatever you were able to get in terms of advantage, it can just easily be thrown away just because of the amount of kill potential from the Kali side. So yeah, at least some lucky breaks for NAOS, and also we just have seen they really committed for the Gwen pickup on the top side.
Top side matchup up against Fiora, and maybe later on we could expect Gwen to be able to match up into those team fights. But coming into this, there's just no one that can match up against the likes of Fiora in duels. So gonna be a hard time.
Fate, by the way, is also close to level 5, which means it's go time. If he wants to make a play, this could be a perfect opportunity for him. But you look who's here. It's a Ryzen. He's playing guard. He wants to make sure that his mid laner will still be safe in being over aggressive. Oh,
Ryzen coming into the front lines up against Margot. CP Triple Bubble will not connect as it just got body blocked by the caster minion.
And so now Ryzen has to go home just to build some items here and there and to regen back to full health. But again, with Mirmo, it's all about farming for the late game, especially against the Zoe, right? Hang on, Marco.
Ryzen being caught up with a body stamp from Marco. Good timing of the exhaust.
Yeah.
Brought down the mobility coming from Danny, but Faye comes through.
Ooh.
Has a cease and desist.
It's a 3v2.
Good utilization of Blast, caught up and that will be the 1-for-1.
No!
Great explosive cast will not connect, but Chaz
It's a
will
triple
do so
kill.
much damage. Marmo will go down, and Margo just has no escape. There's nowhere to run but down, and that will be Chaz who takes the triple.
That's gift wrapped. Right? Like, Merry Christmas, I guess, from now on, because this is what happens, right? With all those all-ins, and Jazz, by the way, very sick sidestep, just to make sure that that explosive cask won't hit. And with all the investment being thrown early, Chaz was there to get a triple kill. And I saw that from a mile away. Dude, this is going to be the Chaz show.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Chaz with the Kazakhs, there's no less expectation, right? When Chaz gets one of his main champions,
Right.
it's just going to be chaos in the Rift. And thus far, it's currently happening. Triple kill coming into their game is a massive lead up against the opposing side in the jungle.
It's super massive, especially given the fact that, it's Chaz the one piloting it. For other players, one will say that, a triple kill is a very good advantage to have. But when we talk about Chaz and his history on the champion, I feel that, that advantage turns from very good to very, very, very good. You know what I mean, right?
It's just because it's only applicable when Chaz gets his Kazakhs.
Right, exactly.
If that makes sense. It's part of the formula. Oh, for the viewers watching at home. Yeah.
Now, and so now with his advantage, he's just able to threaten, more objectives for their squad. It's not yet over for NAOS though, but they have to be more mindful of the damage capability and potential of Chaz. Heading into the next objective, if possible, just go for trades, because I don't think that they can contest Chaz and Fennel, being this ahead.
Right now, Danny, their front lines long.
Wait, what?
Sleepy Triple Bubble will not connect. Horizon, Call of the Forge God already used. Knocks up onto 2, no follow-up. Gilios, the Kale, so much damage, and Murma just got deleted, but Fate will be able to get that answer back as Ornn will fall down. It's a 1-for-1, but fight's not over. Margo has to use the Buddy Stamp to retreat.
This is definitely confusing me right now, Infinity, because again, now they know that they are at a very big disadvantage, and oftentimes when you are disadvantaged, the better choice is for you to go for a trade.
Fate, Vault Breaker, and that will be
Alright.
another kill for now.
At least something positive for now, right? Like, at least they were able to return the favor by getting a push on the top side.
Right now, it will be Horizon who wants to defend the tier 1 top side. See Trouble Bubbles as well. Connected onto Margo to follow up by Chaz. That will be a kill for Fennel once again.
Yeah, Fennel. With whatever glimmer of hope that NAOS was able to get on the top side, it was immediately shut down by the timely rotations of Fennel. And so now Fennel does have a 1.5k gold advantage, a 1 Dragon advantage, and more importantly, has a beast jungler already level 9. And I will not grow tired of, again, watching Chaz on this pickup, because, again, it's all about his timely plays. The triple kill in the bottom lane, it was not possible if not for his patience, if not for his killer instinct coming in. He knew that NAOS would go over aggressive, and again, that's just Chaz things. When he can see plays ahead of time, and oftentimes it's the positive ones that really basically defines his legacy.
Definitely is just so good. Onto the Kazakhs being played out by Chaz, and right now coming into these objectives expectedly, Chaz has a significant advantage. Yes, it's a significant advantage when it comes to gold, when it comes to kills, but on top of that, the history once again of Chaz with the Kazakhs and being able to get a lot of these steals in the competitive scene, to say the least, is also a lot of times. So when it comes to these objective fights, expect a lot of things for Chaz.
Call the Forge God.
Connected onto Fate, followed up by Spelt into the backside with Murma and Margo playing gatekeepers. They will be able to push back Fennel.
It's just for defense purposes, and again, although it's a it's a bit of a longer cooldown compared to the other ultimates. It will still bring positive things for Fennel. You look at this, Mitsura.
Chaz into the backside, gets pinned down. It's a 2v1, 3v1 as Danny comes in
He's
as well.
cornered.
But good
Oh,
utilization of the flash and the shroud to be able to retreat back. But Horizon, the CC's onto Vi, and that will be the cost of NAOS having Akali live through that fight.
Yeah, Mitsura saved. But in return, only for his own jungler to die. And it's just Chaz just waiting, right? Like Mitsura with all his shuriken flip plus a flash, there was not a need for Fate to actually come in and basically get himself in that position, because that's a one-way
Mitsura,
ticket.
once again, being targeted.
Oh, no.
The body time as well, along with Mitsura just being stuck onto the shroud.
No more flash.
And that will just be Fennel landsliding the bottom side of the map, and Mitsura just nowhere to run.
Yeah, Call of the Force God could hit 3 members. Not yet, but the
Bubble.
Sleepy Bubble.
Connected onto Margot. A perfect hit coming from Danny, but the trade back is secured. But Merbo will be the next target. Horizon puts himself to the front. The CCs are good, and Fate will just be the target with a little bit more shield by time. And Calm will be the only one left coming into this fight with Horizon and Danny. Looking for him with CP Trouble Bubble, and Chaz with a perfect time will be able to just jump and get the kill.
Fennel is just playing with food right now. NAOS, time and time again, they're really looking for all the potential engages or disengages to really get themselves an advantage, but it does get denied easily here by Fennel's members. And you look at the play and confidence here coming in from Fennel. They're just enjoying a very good lead right now. Calm deciding that it's not worth the chase for Chaz. He just backs away, but in the end still got isolated. That's a double kill for Chaz, and a very good sizable lead for the members of Fennel.
Oh, did the game end? Oh, I thought the game ended. I was looking into that, but nevertheless, right now, Fennel 5k gold lead right out of the get-go, and this will be such a hard time and difficult time for the side of NAOS, because the thing is, we've mentioned this, right? When you have the Lucian, you have the early game advantage, and Fennel just ballooned it quite significantly well. And Mitsura having perspective into the backside as well, having a look on the Helios, catching up. Margot on the body slam delays it, but Chaz will be able to get that execute. It answers back as both junglers fall down. Mermo will be left alone. No sponge to take the damage, and NAOS just got aced by Fennel.
Almost aced, because there's still one buddy alive for NAOS. But it's almost considered as an ace, because with the way Fennel opened things up, they were able to get another objective for themselves, the Dragon, and plus the second tier tower in the mid lane. I guess it's safe to say, Infinity, that this is 90% favored to the side of Fennel, right? Like
It's
that we
probably
won't
100% at this point.
really.
With how much lead? Chaz already has 714, 1.8k gold lead from the opposing jungler. It's just too much lead.
Surely, it's those are the leads that we often see from the CN teams against teams off NAOS's caliber. But again, it's a combination of both, right? Like Fennel being almost perfect with their play, and another engage here coming in from Chaz.
Connected onto 2. Margot will be the target, follow up by Horizon.
Ask
for the CC as Margot will be able to return away. No full all-ins by both sides.
Yeah, NAOS was able to survive luckily, and I think it was the first time there's an engage coming in from Fennel that did not net a kill towards the side of Fennel, and that's another bubble connecting onto Fate. But Margot at least is there to serve as a bodyguard. Another bubble connect coming in from Danny, and his skill shots today is just very accurate for sure.
Yeah, it is. It's very accurate.
It is.
But coming into this fight, as we have mentioned already, Fennel already has a massive lead that it will be so difficult for NAOS to turn things around. But they start up the fight, cease and desist. But there's just so much follow-up coming from Danny and the likes. And NAOS just is forced to retreat, is forced to back away with nothing of value in return.
They went for the engage against Chaz, but Chaz being this ahead, as he said, 7 kills already, was able to buy himself a stasis enchant already without slowing his damage potential. This is the luxury that you have when you are this far ahead. And again, with one press of a button, he was able to dissuade the assassination attempt coming in from NAOS. Now Mitsura is trying to challenge 2 people.
Fate coming in as well. Bolt Breaker goes into the distance. Danny just waiting behind the hills. Sleepy
Another
Trouble Bubble connected onto Fate. Has to use the Bolt Breaker to run away. Margot will be the sacrificial lamb. And that will just be Helios catching up. Good use of the flash though to be able to turn things around. Explosive cast to delay that fight. But at the cost
Marco is ignited.
of one member, the jungler of NAOS was already deleted. CP Trouble Bubble puts Calm to sleep, and Spelt just came in at the right time, and that will be a triple kill for Fennel.
Now with only 2 members alive for NAOS, there is a potential for Fennel to just go and lock down this Baron once again. They don't have a jungler, which means that there's no smite available towards Fennel, and so wisely they just back away. And again, this is even a better play for me, right? Like, if you are Fennel, there's no reason for you to start this Baron. You could just wait for the 3rd dragon. And again, it's the soul that we're talking about. Infernal Soul about to join Fennel here in this game will be massive. And you did say 100% win rate, right? For Fennel with how the game has progressing. I kind of agree with you now because I feel that now it's close to impossible for them to get back into this game.
Maybe there's like a 0.0001%, like 99.99%, like alcohol does.
Sure. Yeah, like at least not 100%, right? Like 99.5%.
Yeah.
There is still a chance for
that
NAOS
works.
to come back, right? But
That
it will have to come from a 1 miracle steal on towards the 3rd dragon dying the soul.
Not even
There's a
that.
lot.
They
Yeah,
need
but
like the Elder, they need
that's-
Baron, but yes.
that's the reason why I said
right.
1, right? Like that's
Yeah,
1,
yeah.
and then number 2
Makes
will be to go for a an epic monster steal, Baron or an Elder. So yeah,
But at
it's
this point,
super impossible.
yeah, super impossible. Like Fennel's not giving any breathing room for the side of NAOS, and I guess this is pretty much just formalities from here on forward, right? Just wait for the opportunity for these objectives to come through. Fennel will pounce onto these objectives, and then NAOS will try to attempt to steal, but Fennel will just go and
Ooh, Marco.
out for these engages, right? It's just too difficult. Helios will be able to retreat with a flash and a proto belt. There's just so much mobility. Mitsura, chicken flip, will take down the Lucian. So that's their winning condition here. But the thing is, every single one of them was just getting deleted one by one. Horizon coming to the backside, 1 HP left. Mitsura just single-handedly turned things around. How did that happen?
He is still him. And Mitsura on the Akali still needs to be respected. Now Speltz is trying to chase Fate.
Oh, just an overextension here though. The smite just slows him down a bit. Danny wants to go in for the response along with a flash. CP Trouble Bubble connected on
3v1.
to Vi. And this will be a 2v2 now down left. Mitsura will be able to take that kill onto Danny. But Speltz up against Mitsura. It's an assassin up against a Baron laner. With 1 HP though. Yeah, blue and red buff to the side of Mitsura. This will be a massive advantage, but Speltz will not pursue for that 1v1.
Mitsura is refusing to lose. At least there's some positive hope for now as he's already close to level 15. But the problem is this dragon. Oh no! If this joint Fennel, that's it. I just don't see NAOS coming back from this massive of a deficit, and now the Infernal Soul. This is just going to augment their damage further, and those are the things that we often see from the heroics or from the heroes. It's too little, too late. I guess is what I want to say, because Mitsura was definitely a positive point for NAOS, but again with the big deficit that NAOS is facing, now gifting even more advantage to the side of Fennel. Mitsura.
This is a level 14 versus level 15, but with Chaz having a passive of isolation damage and the lead that he was able to take, it is just the death of him that meets and awaits him. Oh! And that will be it. Horizon will take it down with a Call of the Forge God.
Yeah, Call of the Forge God. it's a very satisfying kill, right? Like whenever that happens. And the Elder Dragon basically is on the menu here for Fennel, especially without the primary mid laner and carry of NAOS Esports. Fennel can just start this dragon, and NAOS is trying to go for a desperate play of a trade here.
Horizon coming in as well in the front lines. Margot is just waiting. Danny is isolated, but good utilization of the stasis
Danny's
and
down.
trying to buy time, but Danny's already down. And Helios uses up the flash to clutch up
Elder.
Tom, getting a lot of damage up against Helios, but looking into the mid lane, it's Spelt who's able to get that split push happening for the team.
Trying to dance, Faith.
Good come in, Chaz, as he pursues for the kill. Murmur just got the lead, and now Margot, Calm, and Mitsuru, the only one left standing here for the side of NAOS. Ryzen just isolated, has to use up the stasis. Helios being caught up by Mitsuru, and that will be a 2 trade, and NAOS wanted. They get the kill in return, but Ryzen just has to say goodbye.
At least they were able to control the damage by taking away some of the Elder Dragon buff. And getting some shutdown kills as well. But Fennel, now with the Baron empowered minions for all their members, they do have the double trouble here. Infinity. You have the Infinity Gauntlet, basically. I'm casting with Infinity, and his Gauntlet comes into play here. 3 dragons, 1 Elder Dragon, 1 Baron. What more can you ask for if you're Fennel?
There's nothing else, right? There's just so much pressure. Along with that, there's also super minions coming into the mid lane. And there's just so much lead for Chaz, for the players, for the side of Fennel here in game 2. We said 99.95%. Maybe this time around it's like 99.6%.
It's it's along those range for sure.
Calm now being caught up by spells. They answer back with a cease and desist with a Vault Breaker as well. Mitsuru takes the kill. Sleeping Trouble Bubble denies Mitsuru of the possibility for contact. But Mitsuru with a good sidestep will be able to get the kill in return. Helios coming in top side of the map.
Good.
Just no
Body
escape from
slam.
Mitsuru. That will be the kill. Horizon knocks up onto Margot, but this time they're just on the push. They're just on the hunt. Calm is just getting hunted down bits and pieces, and Fennel takes the ace for themselves with the Nexus open. They will secure the win up against NAOS.
It's a 2-0 for Fennel, and they should be up and celebrating because this is a very much needed win for them if they kind of still want to be part of the playoffs, which is very, just looking at the numbers, they have to have a perfect run from here on moving forward to even have a chance to be part of the top 4. Another goal for them is to be part of the top 6, but all in all, just when they needed it most, Fennel was able to get a very good win against one of the better teams that we have here in APAC, Infinity. And it's not easy to win against the top teams from APAC, but they made it look easy.
Yeah, NAOS is, if not the best team, is currently one of the best teams currently in the APAC conference, being one of the teams who's able to beat one of the most CN teams, if not the most as well. So I think that also speaks volume for the likes of Fennel, that they're really strong coming into these games.
It's those are the instances in where what can you do, right? Like Mitsuru single-handedly trying to make up for all those miscommunications that happened during the early stages of that game, even against a team that had the Infernal Soul and Elder Dragon. He was doing God's work on the Akali, but again, it's too little too late, right? That's what we often say when it comes to this comebacks that did not really materialize. We look into the stats, and again, Danny having a great game, having a great series overall. Game 1 was the Ashe, Game 2 was the Zoe, and his damage here, 50,000. That's massive.
It is massive, right? Danny just dealt so much, not just CC, not just damage, but also crowd control for the team. Like, consistently, there were a lot of these times wherein, especially Mitsuru, trying to access the likes of Helios coming into the mid lane, but those CP trouble bubbles connecting denies that engage. And I think that's one of the strengths as well. That's one of the added layers on top of the 50k damage.
Yeah, it's Chaz as well, right? Like starting the game in a very good fashion. We did say that Chaz, when you give him an inch, he will basically take the entire Manila, the entire map, right? Like, yeah, that's how it is. When you give him his iconic champion and you give him a very good lead, he will be in the position to carry. But wow, okay, so they will be overlooking the triple kill that Chaz was able to get the early stages of this game, and will be gifting Danny his second MVP.
I mean, 50k damage. Who else are you giving it to? Aside from Danny, on top of the CCs we've mentioned, so really deserving, well deserved of the MVP title for the side of final.
We saw a lot of this highlights, and again, it's Chaz. This was a triple kill, right? The very good sidestep to dodge away from the explosive cask, and it was blind explosive cask, right? But just because Margot did not know where Chaz was, he entered Void Assault, and that basically meant that Chaz had enough space. And almost all of these highlights should feature Fennel winning, except maybe from the last moments in where we saw Mitsura making a lot of plays.
No, that was really good for Mitsura. Right. Those final moments. Onto the dragon as well. When the ice ray came up, the plays over the hills on top of the dragon's pit was amazing to watch. This was it. It was Mitsura in the beginning who just got access to Helios and just landslide out of proportion.
Yeah, and then surviving this with literally just 1 HP. But Call of the Forge gone.
That was content. If you may. But that was just outright really good overall.
Imagine this, right? You're trying to run away from a supposed assassin, right? In a movie. And then in the end, you thought you survived, but you get hit by a truck. I mean, what do you do, right? Like, it's a very dark
really
scene, but
unfortunate.
You know what I mean, right? Like,
yeah, I get a point, right? I get a point. You're trying to run away out from one thing, then you get hit by another. It's just comedy. But this time around, that's just series 1. We have more ways to go up ahead. We're just gonna take a short break.
No, not yet.
Oh,
We're
not
going
yet.
To enter, you're going to enter an interview, right?
I was a bit too quick.
Yeah, this is an APAC versus APAC matchup, right?
Okay.
And oftentimes,
You're right.
we get an interview. So this will only be the second time that we'll be interviewing a NAOS member. I believe the last time that we had an interview was maybe it was Helios.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time, right? Like their last win, series wise, was against Invade, and that came in the first or second week of the tournament, and now we are already on our week number 7. And a very timely win again for Fennel to at least improve their record and have a chance to win and to get a to still be part of the top 6. I'm trying to look into the standings or into into their history as to if they already have played Team Flash. It does look like the Team Flash and Fennel has yet to face, so it could be the decider as to who's going to get the top 6.
So you know what? You've mentioned it. We're jumping into the interview.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the interview. This is Yoho, joined by Danny from Manila Fennel. Hi, Danny. Can you say hello to our audience?
Can you repeat?
Can you say hello to our audience? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So we will just start, okay? So this is your second win of this season, and you take down Manila NAOS, which is the strongest team from APAC right now. So how do you feel?
I am happy right now because my team play very good in this series.
Okay, glad to hear that. So the second question for you is, let's talk about Ash for a little bit. So NAOS, they are pretty good at Ash as well. So in game 1, when you pick Ash, have you ever thought about maybe NAOS have their unique secret to deal with Ash?
I don't think so, but I am confident of what my coach pick the champion of me. I think We play solid because of the communication. Communication is good.
All right, got it. So there are only 2 matches left. Do you have any special expectations for the rest of the season?
I expect my team play good in our last 2 series, and I hope our supporters have a confidence in us.
All right, got it. So I wish you the best of lucks. That's all for our interview. Thank you for joining me, and congratulations again. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much, Fennel and Danny, for that interview. And with that said and done, the series is over. We're just gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's match 2 of today's Wild Rift League Asia.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Welcome back, Wild Rift fans. We're back for series number 2 for the day of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 between Trace Esports and BRU. Once again, I'm Infinity and this is Autolus.
Yeah, quite a surprising turn of events as we saw. NAOS just got knocked out by Fennel in a 2-0 fashion. Now up next will be a CN versus APAC matchup, and BRU would be the one raising the flag for APAC this time. Although, you know, they are one of the promising teams that we have had in WRL-A from APAC, I still have to give my doubts against them, or cast my doubts against them, just because of their recent form, right? Like, they're not really getting consistent wins overall. And, you know, against one of the best teams from CN Conference, it will take a big upset for them to win.
Yeah, it will take a big upset because right now, Trace Esports, yes, they are currently on top 2, but undoubtedly they're one of the strongest team in CN Conference, only being second to the likes of Thunder Talk. So if that doesn't speak something, I don't know what will, because thing is, Trace Esports currently is just really strong, undefeated before EDG brought them down.
It's one of those things that was not expected as well. You know, I would say the rise of EDG and then taking down not just Trace Esports but also Thunder Talk back to back, right? Like those are the two undefeated teams, and then EDG just made work of them two times in a row. And we go over to again the team that has been super solid and has cemented themselves as the number 2 team from the CN Conference. Weiba, Lisao, Juju, and Tak will still be playing as their main 4. But the change in the mid lane is quite surprising here. I believe they are. It's just about, you know, giving XP to Yusa, their substitute mid laner, because oftentimes it's Korn playing.
Yeah, it's Korn, right? Typically we see Korn do a lot of things coming into the mid lane, but it's changed for this series specifically. But right now, jumping into the opposition, we're looking at BRU. Typical from what we have seen over the past, it is the all-star lineup for TH before. Tipper into the top side, you have Valdez into the jungle, Golden Feet into the mid lane, and into the bottom lane, it's Triple V and What the Jess.
Yeah, Triple V got subbed out midway into their last season. Buriram United going against KT Rosa Y. I remember that game all too well, because that was definitely a must-win for Buriram United for them to even have a better chance to qualify to the playoffs. But again, we all know the result of that game. That's a 1-2 loss by Buriram United against the KT Rosa Y. But it doesn't take away the excitement, though, of this potential matchup, right? The head-to-head between Valdez and Nueva is always going to be a very good game to see, just because they have the same playstyle, right? Like, they want to carry for their team.
Yeah, can BRU bring down one of the Titans once again for the side of CN Conference? Because the thing is as well, Hueba, I think he's also one of the best of week 6, right? So really eyes on the jungle role. But before then, let's jump onto the stage.
手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是 Yoho。今天是第7周的第1个比赛日，这场 BO3 将由 Trace Esports 对阵五里南 BRU。T1 已经重整旗鼓，准备好迎接下一轮的挑战，而 BRU 能否在这一周再给 T1 送上一场失败，我们一切下锅里看。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Trace Esports versus Buriram United Esports. T is ready for the next challenger. Let the show begin. 首先，让我们有请 T1 战队登场，欢迎单人路选手 In the solo lane 离骚。 下面有请打野选手 In the Jungle 灰八。接下来，让我们有请中路选手 In the Mid Lane Yosa。接下来，让我们有请射手选手 In the Duel Lane JoJo。最后有请辅助选手 And the Support Tuck。
It's pronounced as Yosa, not Yusa. I almost forgot.
接下来，让我们欢迎
That's
无里
the
南
starting
BRU
five
战
for
队 In the
Trace
Solo Lane
Esports.
Steeper。
And again,
In the jungle, Valdez.
next introduction
And
will
the
be, of
Mid
course,
Lane
the
Cold and Fate。
APAC team.
And Duel
Now,
Lane
last
VVV。
week,
And the Support What the
It was
Jazz。
Golden Feet playing in
两支
the
队
mid
伍
lane,
现已集结
right?
完毕，
And
让我们即刻进入召唤
Triple
师
V
峡谷。
was subbed
All the
out in
players are
favor
getting
of
ready.
Cat
Let's start
where we
into
saw
the
Cat
wild.
play the Orianna back to back into the mid lane. So that is also an expectation. You know, if this reaches game number 2 and Buriram United wants to mix things up, they could change back Golden Feet on towards the Dragon Lane. Because I feel like, you know, the Dragon Lane Golden Feet is a lot better than the, you know, mid lane or Golden Feet.
Yeah, it could definitely be, right? These changes when it comes to their composition, these drafts as well. It's a coin flip. Well, not a coin flip necessarily, but a double-edged sword. Like, it could net you a lot of benefit, but it could also give you a massive disadvantage, especially considering that this series is up against one of the strongest teams in CN conference, Crazy Esports, only being second to Thunder Talk. So that could be something, a trick up their sleeves, if you may, for the side of BRU, but it will definitely be a hard journey for them for this series.
True, it's an uphill battle, right? Like it will take their 157% to take a win against Trace Esports, especially knowing that in their current form, like Trace Esports has just figured out what to do to play around their jungler with the prevalence of Aatrox, Weba, always a deadly carry jungler. It is most likely going to be prioritized by them. We are on patch 4.4C, and we saw one of the bigger picks as well in patch 4.4C, at least in the first series, right? Like Ashe is in a very good spot right now. Could still dish out damage. We saw the Trinity Force Ashe, right? It's a very expensive item. It still is pretty much, you know, a carry in his own regard. So it will all come down as to what will be the focus here by Trace Esports. But I really love seeing Weba play all the unorthodox champions, right? Like the Dr. Mundo, or just, you know, a couple of picks that Weba will most likely bring out, you know, if given the opportunity.
Gwen in the jungle? No.
That's you know, just knowing Weba, he's that person that will just bring it out.
Like if there's someone who can bring a random champion in the jungle role, it could be Weba, it will be Weba, but these fights, these early engages, these are to be expected, but coming at level 3, it will be a little bit more of the side of Trace Esports, who has the ability to poke. For the side BRU, they're just able to stack on top of each other to secure the first blood.
Lee Sao. Okay, flag and drag coming in for Triple V.
That's pretty much about it. You know, you have a lot of these engages, you have these back and forths, and you have the resets come through.
Oh, he flashed the wrong direction. Funny, but yeah, that's Trace Esports is just still cleaning up here, Infinity, and again, this is just, you know, the warm-up game. For those that just joined us, it is just for side selection. Golden Feet too far forward will get assassinated here by Jojo on the Yasuo. I also have remembered that there is this one champion, you know, speaking of champions in the jungle, Weba played Irelia jungle and was able to get a win off of that champion. Valdez also picked Irelia jungle twice. Did not net a win for BRU, but you know, that could be one of the champions that we could be looking forward to seeing.
Well, I guess it's a very difficult champion to pull off.
Yeah.
The clear is a bit slow in comparison to the likes of the current running meta in the jungle. I think the good thing is the mobility built into Aurelia, plus the ability to just come into those fights and have a good crowd control immediately readily available.
Equilibrium Strike plus Vanguard's Edge. A massive ultimate waiting. Now what, they're just going to get engaged on by Trace Esports. Wow, did you see that damage? Lisa AP Rengar.
It's too much. But we typically see this like Rengar coming into the Howling Abyss. This is one of the fan favorites, or well, if you made team favorites, coming into the Howling Abyss, especially those AP Rengars.
Yeah.
Because of the very enclosed space, plus the availability of the brushes, it's too good to miss out.
Yeah, burst damage and plus the sustain that comes with it as well. Juju on the Yasuo though is not going to hit that tornado, but Lisa will not miss.
Yeah, Juju not being targeted. Good tornado by Juju. Delays it. Last breath to follow up. But it's still a counter. It's still an answer back by what they just with Lisa following suit with a 1-for-1 trade. But with a snowball, this will just be the death of Triple V.
It's a good advantage, a sizable advantage for Trace Esports with Valdez. On the Akali, will we see? Ooh, sexy! That's a double kill. Make that triple for BRU.
Still following suit here. Wants for more plays, but there's just too much damage coming from Hueba, and Juju follows suit into the backside. A little bit of an overextension.
Yeah.
You know, Hueba now being caught up by what's just a very tanky champion innately, and that will be a kill for BRU.
I was just about to make a point that, you know, Valdez can actually play Akali jungle, and I won't mind, but I don't think we'll ever see it. Tracy Esports is trying to punish the over-aggression here by BRU with Golden Feet still hitting on the Nilla jungle, which is also possible. You know what? There's a lot of champions that can be played in the jungle role, and I believe, Hueba can actually just stream it for everyone's pleasure. You know, the A to Z. You know that challenge? You know, you start with the letter A and then end with the letter Z.
I'm just wondering though, a Blitzcrank jungle, how would that look like?
It's you know, gank and you give your farm over to your carries, right? Because that's
that
supportive junglers.
That makes sense. That makes sense. But right now, looking back at Cold and Feet jumping into plays into the backside, and you talked about the Nilla jungler, and we saw it shine on the hands of Long for the side of Nova. Right?
Yeah.
Nova has played this, but the thing about Nova is that they play towards level 15. If Long gets level 15, Nilla comes through and then they activate.
Yeah.
So I think it's just all about playing late when it comes to Nilla more specifically, because at that point, it's just too difficult to play at early game.
Yeah, it's also about the strength of the marksman, as we see nuclear missile detected coming in from Lisa as well. But yeah, just going back to your point about Nilla as a jungle pickup, it was originally a Hueba pick, right? Long
really?
Just followed through with the trend, but you know, the first player to pick it up is Hueba, and to a point, you know, the teams are banning it away from him, so that's also a possibility here for
Interesting. And now Triple V just jumps through with the Catalysm, but just got deleted. You have Yusa, you have Lisa, there's just so much damage. That will be a kill for the side of Trace.
It's at least something positive for Trace, because BRU, with all that's happening right now, they're actually in a very good position to secure this area.
Keeping up, yeah.
Just because they do have a very good AD carry as well in Golden Feet. And they do have a lot of frontline engage as well, with Triple V being there. What the Jess also is able to just press one button to get at execute. Flipper has to be careful though, because these arrows, they hurt.
Yeah, the piercing arrow pretty much melted the whole HP bar of Tipper, leaving it 1 HP bar left. And now Triple V with a flag and drag catches up, tack into the backside.
Is that an AP?
Gets Tipper down.
I think that's an AP. That's an AP cow,
AP Alistar. I don't know. Maybe it is.
I think it is. It's most likely it is an AP cow, because you know, the amount of damage that he brings in, it felt like it was a Malphite. But Trace Esports is going to be get punished here by BRU and Golden Feet. Again, you allow him space, he is just able to whip you down to 0 HP.
Oh, Triple V also used up the flash just to miss out the piercing arrow. That was That was an interesting watch, but right now Juju able to access the back lines with pretty much an HP advantage to the side of Trace Esports. They're able to delete what the gist from that engage, but Triple B delaying that lane with a snowball. Pretty much every single one to the side of Trace is already up.
Okay.
It's just ahead of them.
Now we see if it's an AP. Is it an AP, Cow?
I
We can't see it yet.
Yeah, it's too quick, too fast.
It's too quick, the damage. We'll see though. Oh no, I don't think it's an
not.
AP. Yeah, it's not an AP, Cow.
It's just an Alistar with the defensive items with a face push.
Yeah, because I thought that, you know, it's a lot fun to play an AP, Cow, especially in Howling Abyss. But there you go, what the just with the ult. What is it called again?
The ultimate of...
Yeah. Urgot.
I forgot.
This is what happens when you don't see it in competitive.
Yeah. If we don't see it, it's too...
It is
Scars.
Fear Beyond Death.
Yeah, it's too scars of a champion that.
Right.
Yeah, Fear Beyond Death. You're right.
It's you know, one of the, I would say, coolest ultimates that we have in the game though.
Like the instant execute. Well, not instant necessarily, but the prolonged execute. If you want to go that route.
But do you know why it's not as, I would say, prevalent in competitive meta?
Not exactly, but I expect.
Well, not only there are better options, you know, when it comes to skirmishes, but the ultimate can also be QSS.
Wait, really?
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, that's like an additional knowledge, not just for you all, but also for me. But that's really cool. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
And then just right click, it's over. What?
And then you basically counter the ultimate.
Yeah. That's interesting.
So that's why. Triple V being pushed onto a corner, but flag and drag to make him escape. And you know what? Like Infinity, it's been 8 minutes and 49, but we're still waiting
so
for
much back and forth.
the winner of this warm-up game, or for this you know, the winner of this era match, which basically would determine as to who will get side selection for game number 1. And oftentimes, you know,
Last breath was pushed back, but what the gist? Cold and feet now down very low. The tornado connected as well. The snowball coming into the backside is Juju. Juju falls down, but Tipper, the only one left standing here, means the Trace Esports will be able to get the execute.
And Trace Esports with Yosa, Lisao, and Tak, will they be in the position? They actually just finished this game. 19 seconds on that timer, and the headbutt that did connect
into the
additional damage on towards the Nexus. I just don't understand the Alistar though. Why do you headbutt a tower?
Cause
isn't that going to destroy your horns?
That's true, and it's going to make your brain hurt. Okay.
Yeah,
but aside from that, it will be Trace Esports who will get the side selection.
It is Trace Esports most likely going to the blue side, because you know, on the blue side you have plethora of options, and I think that is confirmed by our production team. Trace Esports will going to the blue side, which means that this is you know, at least we're finally going into the games that matter here in Infinity. You know, the Wild Rift games.
Yeah, it is. It's Trace Esports versus BRU, because the thing is, we've mentioned this, right? BRU currently standing at, I believe, top 5. And the interesting thing about APAC Conference is you want to get the top 4, right? You want to get at least top 4 to be able to go in. And I think that will be very important for BRU to win these games. And it will be so difficult to clean themselves back in, since CES currently is standing at 5 wins, 5 losses. But being able to defeat Trace Esports is a huge sign of life if they want to reach that point.
Well, really, you know what I'm excited for here, Infinity? I'm excited to see the draft, because this is just the second series of patch 4.4C. Right? And if anything, you know, the CN teams will find more and more interesting picks as we move forward, as we because we will be casting twice in a row, right? Tomorrow and today.
Mhm.
And we'll really be seeing the meta of patch 4.4C as to how it differs from the prior patch. Because we've seen, lots of patches in where the fiddlesticks was too strong. There was target ban. And then we saw a lot of sivers. At least in patch 4.4C, will we be seeing, other champions, I guess, such as the Ashe being prioritized instead of the Sivir is the question. So it will only be answered with more games. And this being the first game that will be played by a CN team, I believe, most of our questions will be answered, and, we'll be seeing more and more picks that will come in as a, prevalent pick moving forward as we enter the bans here. And there you go. They ban away the Nilla.
They do. It's a huge respect on the way. But you called it. You called it during the fight for side, during the Howling Abyss. It's just huge respect that BRU is giving towards Weiba as a jungler for the side of Trace. But the follow through is Evelyn and Akali along with Jax removed by TE.
It's Evelyn always still going to be respected just because of the power of the Evelyn to dictate all those side lane pushers, right? If you overextend against the Evelyn, you basically get hunted down. And then there are also instances in where the Evelyn will be getting the aggro, and to reset the aggro is the ultimate. It's so flexible when it comes to the tower dives. Plus the fact that, lots of damage as well. Innately available to the Evelyn. It is going to be answered by a Shen ban. And so now, wow, okay, so Vladimir, it's the same concept, right? Like, regardless of who plays in the mid lane, they really prioritize the Vladimir.
But Aatrox to the side of BRU is going to the side expectedly for Valdos, especially considering from what we've seen over the prior week that Aatrox has been...
Valdos on Aatrox, always a positive thing to see. We saw this last time out, it was very effective. And so now they will also be pairing it up with the Ornn of What the Jess. A very good pairing, a very good 2-pick for BRU.
Definitely is. And for the side of TE, they can now pivot themselves to the likes of Gragas.
We move forward to the second and third pick of Trace Esports. And Hecarim! Oh.
Hecarim as a priority though by Trace Esports. I mean, it's left open, and we have always emphasized this back in the days. If Hecarim is left open, it could get picked up, because the thing is, it's one of the most mobile champion that could go in to engage onto those fights as a jungler specifically, and I think that will net a lot of good things for the side of Trace when it comes to those new fights.
The often banned champion is going to be let through here for Weiba. This also fits the playstyle of Weiba. I mean, what doesn't, right? Like, Weiba can play almost anything. He can play Aurelia. He can play Fiddlesticks. That's the variation, or that's the variance, or the champion pool that this guy possesses. Yosa will be helping out their team, or will be rounding up their draft by going for the Gragas. But more importantly, BRU, Golden Heat will be the one playing the Kassadin to face against the Vladimir. A counter pick, quote unquote. But we've seen, times in where the Vladimir was able to win against the Kassadin.
Oh, I like the Sivir. I like the Sivir ban, because the thing is, so far BRU's draft is heavily going in and rotating to team fighting, right? They have Aatrox into the jungle, they have Kassadin into the mid lane, they have Ornn as a support. So removing Sivir is really good answer by the side of TE.
Yeah, it's one of the best pairings to the Aatrox and the Ornn as well. So you take it away, you basically negate some of the options as well. And the Dragon Lane, but 4 of the bans in the second rotation. Now check that, 3 out of the 4 bans are marksmen being denied from each other. Now that will be the Vi being targeted away by Trace Esports as well. And so now the Lucian is going to be locked in here by BRU and immediately answered by the Zeri. So we're back to the Zeri versus Lucian.
Yeah, we are indeed going back into Zeri for the side of Trace Esports, because we haven't seen this for the longest time, right? We haven't seen this for the longest time come through. especially with Vladimir and Zeri, because traditionally from what we've seen, we see Illusion, we see an Ezreal coming into the bottom lane, but this is a good change of pace.
Yeah, so late game oriented lineup for Trace Esports, but they don't mind because they do have the early game champions in the Hecarim and the Renekton to at least try to salvage their early game and make sure that they reach the late game. This will be very interesting though. Tipper? Wait, okay.
Ooh,
Are they really doing this? Because okay, a Fiora versus Renekton matchup should side the Renekton, but the longer the lane goes, you know, the Fiora will have enough items to not get bursted by the Renekton, but oftentimes, you know, the Renekton can actually just punish the Fiora so hard at the early stages that, you know, that's basically the focal point here by Trace Esports. So, you know, for all the viewers out there, I think, you know, Weibo would play around and gank around the top side more this time because he needs to make sure that this Renekton will be relevant still into the late game.
Especially going into the all-ins, right? Because Fiora heavily relies on the ability to go mobile. Typically, the lunges as well as sustain. But the thing is, it's just too much pressure going into the top side of the map. But overall as well, right? We have to really consider how the side of Trace Esports is drafted, right? They have Hecarim coming into their lineup. So I think that is also one of the pivot that the side of BRU has to respect.
I will see. Lots of front lines available towards Trace Esports also means that they will have a lot of space for the Zeri to work with. So we could be seeing, you know, a Juju pop-off moment today. You know, pentakill for the Zeri. When was the last time we saw it?
Oh.
I think the last time we saw a pentakill from the Zoe was KBG last season. But there was already a pentakill for the Vladimir. I forgot who it was. But that's a champion that is also very capable of doing that rare feat. But yeah, top side is going to be the concentration of our matchups today just because of, you know, how strong Renekton is on the top side, especially against, I would say, squishier champions like the Fiora.
Yeah, and Tipper just has to really focus in not going all ins, just focus in with the lunges and get to the strike points, right?
Yeah.
Getting the point wherein he deals the most amount of damage up against ECL, but
Yeah.
overextending is not an option.
Yeah, and if he over aggress himself, there will be a tendency or there will be a potential for the Renekton to just
Punish.
cast his second scope. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And if you basically just if you miss your timings with your riposte, or if you miss your parry timings, that will just be this a disaster overall on the top side. So yeah, he needs to be patient here, and Tipper needs to make sure that he don't go over aggressive. Because we've seen times, you know, where Tipper goes over aggressive and overconfident that gets punished by the opposing team. So hopefully, you know, for the chances of BRU to win this, that will not happen.
Especially considering as well that the stun of a Renekton is very, very easy to cast and really push through. So that will be something that Tipper has to be worried about.
Wow.
But this time,
Okay.
Hueba, Attack, and Juju pays a visit coming into the bot side. River, that will be the first engage here as what the Jess now being pinned. That has to use up the flash, but a good
Valdez.
transfusion coming in from Yuza. But a trade back coming in from Triple V will secure them with a 1-for-1.
I think that's a 2-for-1 because Valdez is just going to chase Juju. Make that 3 potentially?
Yeah, BRU was able to take that kill into the mid lane as well, so that's triple kill only in trade for 1.
Wow, BRU. Talk about getting the best possible advantage in the early game. Valdez being gifted 2 kills and 1 assist is definitely massive. And now, if you're a Tipper, the only thing that you have to do is to survive the lane topside because BRU is definitely getting the advantage elsewhere in the map. We look into that replay once again, and it's Trace Esports. They were the one who called this, right? They were the ones who went for the engage. What the Jess did not survive, even investing his flash, but there to punish is Valdez with all the AoE damage. Exhaust being a little bit late, and more importantly, Valdez he leveled up to level 5, and a level 5 Aatrox with the World Ender available. Oh, that's a very scary champion, especially in the early stages of the game.
It is. And the BRU taking the first couple of kills here is really nice addition as well to how they're able to really push the borders here up against Trace Esports, considering once again the story name for Trace has been undefeated over the past week, only being defeated by EDG series wise. So BRU is pretty much on the pressure here, but the side of Trace Esports up against BRU, this is a battle they have to win.
Wow. You look at Valdez, he's stealing away some camps from Weba's jungle as well. Wow, okay, so BRU is really feeling confident right now. And again, if there's one APAC team that can actually do a win or get a win. Wait.
Nisa.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so close.
Yeah. Flash been burnt here by Lee Sao and the Dominance as well. Meanwhile, it is Tipper winning to the top side, and Lee Sao is actually feeling the pressure right now. It's just, everything that could go right did actually go right to the side of BRU. But the bigger question here, Infinity, is will they be able to convert it into an objective win? Because that's how it is, right? Like, that's how you basically accelerate your goal lead, expand your goal lead by making sure that you secure 2 of the objectives in the first 5 minutes. It's easier said than done for sure, especially against the CN teams, but that will definitely be the goal.
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult, right? It will be the goal for the side of BRU, but it will be difficult as well. Golden Feet now jumping through, but you have Weba visiting the top side, and Tipper just doesn't want to fight that. Weba will secure it.
The onslaught of shadows just to protect the Rift Walk and placing it correctly and properly to make sure that Golden Feet will go down. And so now Trace Esports is in the position to actually win this objective fight on the top side.
Yeah, Rift Herald will be left open. No contest coming through for the side of BRU. And yes, they are going to visit the Mountain Drake, but that's enough time for TE to come through.
But the Jess
now into the front lines, having the sights onto Lee Sao. The stuns comes in, but Lee Sao will not get traded. He lives.
And Valdez is down. That's the jungler down for the side of BRU. And Trace Esports, again, with their prowess, they can just get another advantage for themselves. A dragon is a very juicy target.
Yeah, Mountain Drake now being started. What the Jess into the backside, being cancelled by the body slam from Tack. Now Triple V as well is here. But Tipper going for the pincer maneuver. Golden Feet has seen him, has to jump in with a lunge onto the Dragon's Pit. It's a Mountain Drake available for him to take. BRU will not take it down as TE secures it. And right now, Trace Esports doesn't want to fight up against Buriram United as there's just no more value left. Golden Feet being targeted though by Juju. But Juju doesn't want to overextend here, and that will in turn just be an objective taken by TE with no kills.
Yeah, good knockup by What the Just, but Valdez just a little bit late to follow through. By the way, that's an exit kill by Juju. That's Ultra Shock Laser hitting the Kassadin, if I'm not mistaken, because I just saw a notification that he was able to get a kill. Let's look at that replay once again. Juju, how does he find the snipe?
They had info.
Yeah,
that was so good.
And that's twice in a row that Golden Feet did go down without any change or without any retaliation. Yuza also getting a solo kill here in the bot lane, and as good as BRU started this game, Trace Esports was able to respond very, very well.
Yeah, it's called the ward wins. MVP ward.
Vision wins games, I guess.
Yeah,
is the thing that
yeah, definitely is. But right now, Valdez coming into the backside as Axe is on the Gragas. That will be a trade back, but what the just has to commit out the flash to return and retreat back away as Weba comes in as well.
Yeah, that's a 1-for-1. And then so now Weba trying to chase Golden Feet.
Golden Feet being chased out. Be able to retreat out with a Reflock, but good zone coming from Weba.
He's daring him to go in, right? Like, come in and I will make you taste my scythe, I guess. Yeah. I think that's a scythe, right? That's
it is.
Reaper scythe. Okay. It is. It's one of those weapons that you also used in one of the games that you played before. You remember that? You remember Reapers, right?
Yeah. The Reaper sites, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, exactly.
But-
one of them. Yeah.
Coming back into this game though, we have one turret already taken down by Trace Esports, but Valdez coming to visit into the bottom side. Has to use up the Sanguine Pole. Has to commit the flash as well on top of that. So good summoner spell burned by Valdez into the bottom lane, but Hueba looking for a value someplace else as what to just fall.
Even Lisa is here. Golden Feet will get locked down. Another kill by Trace Esports. That's 2 in a row. Plus 2 towers in the mid lane, opened by Trace Esports.
The macro game for DE is just outright impressive. They're able to take 2 turrets into the mid lane. They take a couple of kills on themselves as well, which is really, really good as a gold injection.
Yeah, massive, right? Trace, Hueba starting it all with, again, finding that pushback onto a primary target, and Lisa being in a very timely place just cemented another advantage towards Trace Esports. And this is what happens when you give them any form of breathing room, right? Like BRU, with how good they were during the early stages, I believe everything turned around with that kill on the top side on Golden Feet. And this is just a testament as to how good CN teams are, right? Overall, you give them just one advantage and they will balloon it. They will find a way to really get that advantage. Lisa.
Well, this was the world ender already, but Lisa just opted to back away, so that's just an ultimate burn for Valdez.
Yeah, it's the hesitation by BRU. This is not the same BRU that we saw in the first few minutes, right? Because if they are feeling confident, they will most likely go for the chase and will not hesitate at all. But again, one slice and dice in exchange for the world ender is a massive thing.
Coming through into the top side. Calls the Forge Guard will not be enough, as that will be one man down already, and Hueba will be able to pin down Tipper. There's just no escape. Grand Challenge is used up. Has to force out the flash as well. But Hueba is a much more mobile champion, and that will be the kill once again by TE.
Yeah, Hecarim by Hueba. Did we just say that, Hueba can use almost anything? I guess, Hecarim is also one of those champions that he can play very effectively. And so now Trace Esports enjoying a sizable lead here, is potentially going to take down another tower. That's 5 towers to 0 of BRU.
Very methodical and very clean. I think it will be the characteristic here by Trace Esports, right? Thus far, they're not letting any value left alone and left open for BRU. Yes, you could get a couple of kills here from there on one side or another, but they get turrets, they get gold injections, they get something out from those objectives being taken down by BRU.
And now that's 2 dragons joining Trace Esports as well, just basically starving BRU in general here. All those towers allows Trace Esports to plant their vision on towards the jungle of BRU, and there to punish will be the members of Trace Esports. Hueba, by the way, the last time that he played the Hecarim was against Long from Nova, and it was a win by Hueba, so you don't want to give him his Hecarim, I guess.
You don't. You definitely do not. It's just too strong of as an engage tool, right? Yeah. Plus, on top of that, you have Onslaught of Shadows to connect and fear the opposition time and time again with huge AoE as fear. But now it will be Tak who's pinned down, has to use the Gargoyle Enchant and the Flash as well. But there's no escaping the Call of the Forge God, the amount of damage that BRU has currently with triple V.
Well, Tak was by himself, right? Like the closest teammate of his was the Dragon Laner now, Thipper, feeling confident with the numbers advantage, but the Blade of the Ruin King already completed here by Lisa, presented some threat to the side of BRU, and that's the reason why they cannot push through. Like, VVV is here, but he's wasting precious seconds, precious farm just by doing this.
Dominos already committed. Tipper is being ignited. There's just so much sick damage, and that will be Juju who comes through into fray as well. But the CC coming in from Orange has changed the way as Zeri falls down. Lissau follows through. BRU is now on the lead currently, but Hueba is still in the matchup as Tak and Yusa waiting around the horizon. Might just commit this anytime soon. They have vision.
Yeah, what the Justice refusing to go down quietly in the night. and is willing his team back into this game. That's back-to-back picks for BRU. Signs of life for sure, but this is still a very sizable lead in the favor of Trace Esports. And yeah, sure, you can say that BRU was able to get a couple of kills here and there, but still no towers, right? Like the macro play is being denied here by Trace Esports. It's not to say that BRU's macro is bad. It's just Trace Esports with the advantage that they were able to get. Although you can kill them, your position will not be in place for you to take down on the projector.
They've heard it. They get their first turret coming into the bottom path, but now it's Weibo and Lee Xiao who pays the visit. Will be a 2v1 as they get the kill, but once again, BRU always finds Zeri and they take him down.
Wow, okay. So this now changes everything. Now BRU will be able to take down another tower here on the top side. And we all know that the game favors those teams that are coming back. Now at least the gold lead has dwindled down to 3,000 gold. Meanwhile, this is the biggest meanwhile of the day. Weibo will still be in the position to secure themselves the more important objective, which is the Mountain Soul, to join here Trace Esports. If BRU will surrender this Mountain Soul over to Trace Esports, their chances of winning this and coming back into this game will be just basically so low right now. Because you know, Mountain Soul, imagine Mountain Soul joining all the champions here by Trace Esports. They will have a lot of defenses.
Super defensive buff that you're able to take. Plus, considering you already have 2 buffs already, that's very strong. Add to that another dragon. It's really massive. So Trace Esports is on a better lead here as Issa looks for the chase onto Tipper, ignites him down, but not be enough to take that kill. But Tak looks onto Valdez, gets information, what just into the backside with a calling connecting onto Yusa. Just so much damage as well, but not enough to secure that kill. As Golden Feet goes in with a Rift Walk. A good timing with the Sanguine Pole to be able to go 6 feet under and just return back to safety. And as you mentioned, Weibo might die with a body slam, or rather, what just coming through with a knockup. Croc will not be able to pull back him. And Yusa, transfusion onto Triple V. Almost takes him down, but in the end, no one got deleted. Everyone's still safe.
The dragon is already being started here by Trace Esports, and looks like the BRU is not in the position to contest, and that will be the Mountain Soul joining Trace Esports. That's a massive advantage to have.
Yeah, you have already the Mountain Soul HP advantage going to the side of Trace Esports as well. They have information of Tipper, Valdez, and what the just
check.
That's really amazing.
And so now BRU, with all the positive things that they were able to do, just the fact that they were not able to take down Weibo there was unfortunate, right? Like they invested everything on towards Weibo. That was the perfect opportunity to get that Hecarim down, but the Stasis Enchant saved Weibo's life. VVV.
Now, onto the shadows into the backside. Triple V is gone! Dead! Deleted! And now what the Jess will be the next target as Lee Xiao brings him down, and Trace Esports gets a double.
And there is pretty much less retaliation to the side of BRU. Although Valdez is alive, this could still be a 50-50 Yusa, Tak, and Juju trying to just make sure to spot Valdez, and finally they do.
Holding Feet just went down as Yusa has just so much raw damage with a Proto Build and a Sanguine Pole. A lot of HP was gone, and now Weibo gets to see Tipper. And the recall will not come through at the right time. This out chasing him down. Your pulse will not save you. And Weibo will secure the ace.
That's the ace. That's Trace Esports marching down onto the mid lane. We'll be able to open this one up. They don't even have to go back home. Okay, finally, some defenses here from BRU.
Lee Xiao though, with the TP came through into vicinity. Nexus will be open. A 3v2. Calls the Forge God connecting on Lee Xiao, but the Nexus will fall. And Trace will strike first in the series.
Wow, okay, 1-0 in an instant. Started so well, did BRU, but there to punish multiple mistakes by BRU's Trace Esports. Again, the number 2 team from CN. They're still in the position to actually challenge for the top 1 spot in the CN conference, because Trace Esports and Thunder Talk, they have yet to face each other, and so that will be a very exciting match to watch, right? Like if we will ever see, you know, whoever wins that matchup between Trace Esports and Thunder Talk might end up as the number 1 seed from the CN Conference.
They will. The thing is, Thunder Talk currently only has a lead when it comes to games win. They have plus 16 points, but the thing is, when it comes to series wise, they're even. They're both one loss and pretty much win across the board.
Yep. And that will just easily be broken by that head-to-head matchup that will happen. If not this week, it will most likely happen next week because we are down to 2 weeks, right? It's this week and then next week as our final group stages games, and then after the group stage, of course, is going to be the playoffs.
It's been a long journey. It's been a long journey for these teams to be able to run across every single week. 5 days of Wild Rift action every single time, and now we're down to the last 2 weeks here in Wild Rift League Asia.
Yeah,
it will be an exciting moment on who comes through into the playoffs.
Waiba, Yoza, and Lisao all had almost very identical damage dealt to champions, but it was Juju with 25k.
Yeah, that was massive coming from Juju. And you've called it, right? Zeri in this type of composition, Zeri on the hands of Juju as well, in addition, will just get a free time to deal damage. No one can access him. You have Lisa, you have Weiba, you have Tag to be able to really just sponge for the carry for Trace. So, yeah, 25k damage. Massive.
4 melee champions to the side of BRU. And then you have a Zeri and Vladimir basically just free hitting on the side. The space being created by Weiba is just immaculate. And again, I have to give credit to Weiba. He was the one who started everything. The top side, the way he predicted the Rift Walk coming in from Golden Feet and positioned his onslaught of shadows so well, made sure that Trace Esports will have enough advantages for the objective team fights, and that they did, right? Like, they were able to get the Rift Herald followed by the takedown on the Dragon, and that's Trace Esports for you.
Yeah, and there you go. You called it. You know, Huiba doing the actions in the early game. Won them the game all throughout that matchup, and that will net him the MVP title.
Yeah, the bruiser. It's a tanky bruiser. Huiba Hecarim. That's already 2-0 on his champion record on the Hecarim. But congratulations, Huiba. That's his 9th MVP. 9th.
So much MVP titles to his name, but we'll see if Huiba can get one more in the following game right after. We're just gonna take a short break, and when we come back, it's match point for Trace.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
First day like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard.
And welcome back. We're already at match point in favor for Trace Esports. And the question is, can BRU make it back? I'm Infinity, and once again, this is Autolus.
If there's a team that can do it, it is Buriram United. Always the wild card coming in from the APAC region. Always one of the better teams that we have from the Thailand, from Thailand, right? Like they are the, as you said it during the introduction, they are the all-star team from Thailand. Let's go into the bans, and that will be Camille Akali being targeted away from Trace Esports. This is pretty much standard bans all across the board, except for that one.
Yeah, very, very standard. Aside from that one, as you mentioned, Nila being removed as well for the side of BRU once again, up against Hueba. I mean, this is already one of the expectations, but the change of pace here is Trace Esports is now on the red side selection, so expectedly, graph will be looking a lot different.
Yeah, Aatrox will still be prioritized here by BRU. No reason for them not to pick it up. It was very promising. On all the games that Valdez has played as champion, he always nets the advantage early. But I hate to say it, you know, it just doesn't get converted into wins just yet. They need to really play around this Aatrox a whole lot better. Because oftentimes, you know, when his teammates get picked, a 4v5 will not allow you the, you know, the fair play or the fair level of playing field to really make your impact felt. But on the other side, Vladimir again for Trace Esports.
Yeah, Vladimir being prioritized. We saw the power of Vladimir come to life. Not specifically coming into game number 1 for the side of Trace Esports. Yes, it did deal a massive amount of damage, but only equal to the likes of the Sao and Hueba. But we've seen the power of Vladimir for the longest time all throughout Wild Rift League Asia, and now it's being shown once again. Vi to follow through.
Wow. Now this is also one of Hueba's most picked champions this season. His Vi has really started a lot of good team fights for Trace Esports. And his win rate on this champion has really skyrocketed. This also takes away this Zoe being a problem, being a pesky problem, because one cease and desist or one ultimate can just basically lock him down. But this is a very good pickup coming in from BRU. Now, by the way, Cat type will be the one playing. And did I tell you about this situational substitution, right? Like this way, Golden Feet will most likely be going back to the Dragon Lane, and then Cat type will be the one playing the Zoe.
It probably is, right? But as you've called it, it's very interesting that they still prioritize the Zoe, given the fact that you already have the Vi. You want to start with Trace? So it will be a very linear situation when it comes to engaging, right? Just point and click, just go in with cease and desist, connects onto these two mobile champions, whatever Trace Esports wants to prioritize. And now when it comes to the bans, Galio is removed.
that's a very good ban. Actually, following it through will be the Alistar ban here. Just trying to target away all those very aggressive supports that can really help out this Ezreal. Dominate the lane here, the bottom lane. I wonder what will be the last ban because they take away the Ornn as well. Gragas is left open, but do you ban it if you're BRU?
It is. It is. If BRU bans away the Gragas, Nautilus could be picked up by Trace. So they really just have to leave one support champion open for them. So Gragas could be the priority here by BRU to answer back into the support role.
Yeah, if they ban away the Gragas, they're left with nothing.
Nothing.
That's the thing, right? Like, so Wesley, they at least leave something for themselves. So now Gragas is going to be locked in here by Trace Esports, one of, I would say, the most favorite champions by not just Dak but also the CN supports, and the Nautilus will be paired with the lockdown potentially of the Zoe. Now I still see. Wow. Okay. All right. So this is I believe one of the better changes.
You spoke too soon. You spoke too soon. We came through back to Yone going into that draft. A little bit surprising.
Wait, are they playing this Yone into the jungle and have Dipper play the 8-box?
That's the question, right? Because they could interswitch this regardless. So they are going for the Yone jungle instead.
Riven wins against the 8-Rocks. This is a problem for the 8-Rocks, right? Like if there's this one consistent pick that you could go to play against the 8-Rocks, it's the Riven. Just because you can use all your mobility gap flows to make sure that the skills of the 8-Rocks won't hit.
Will not connect. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, and if Aatrox does not connect, the pull, the knockups, Aatrox cannot fight, and I think that will be a huge problem for the side of BRU later on onto the Baron. And I think there's also this one perspective, right? Tipper also lost the Baron fight up against the Sao priorly in game number 1 just because of visit from Hueba, just because of how macro-centric plays there are for the side of Trace Esports. So once again, if that happens, it will be difficult for BRU.
BRU will be pressed into a corner and needs to win this in order to extend this to game number 3. We talked about their playoff chances. Their playoff chances may have dwindled down to less than 10% after losing that matchup against Cerberus Esports. But if anything, BRU still has a chance to be part of the playoffs if they, sweep their remaining matches.
Yeah.
But it's, it's starting to look darker and darker, especially with that game 1 loss against Trace Esports. Yeah, it's all about, finding the miracle run. And the miracle run should start now.
It definitely is. I mean, they have to sweep every single opposition they encounter. And CES has to be swept by every opponent they encounter. So really, really difficult situation right now for the side of BRU. But for now, Trace Esports will get information, right? How they play right now and pretty much every single game they've done in the past is really, really clever. They get information, they get value in every single thing they do.
Yeah, that's that also provides information to Trace Esports as to what to do when it comes to when it comes to their laning. Because if you know where your jungler is or where the opposing jungler is, then you will have the luxury to go aggressive if you are on the other side of the map, and that's what you want to do on the top side, right? Like the top side should favor the Riven, especially at no point of the game will an Aatrox win against the Riven. Even the late game, it should favor the Riven. A solo kill? Not enough cooldown
for the commit, And this is also really good a talking point, right? Having the information on where the opposing jungler is will get you the information on what to do in a couple of minutes into the matchup, right? Because you're looking at the rotations of the junglers, you're looking at the jungle camps, how long will it take? And right now, Trace Esports understands that Valius is on the left quadrant jungle.
Yeah, and you look at Tak, he's here to help out Weiba. Weiba is already level 5, so Valdez has to respect this. What a macro play. Decision making by Trace Esports. Perfect.
Yeah, once again emphasizing the ability of Trace Esports to utilize and capitalize every single action they do to get value. And that is where Hueba got the blue buff away from Yone.
It's just off of one word that gave information to Tak in the whole of
squad.
Trace Esports.
Yeah.
That basically what will happen here is that a full clear for Valdez. And there with the early game advantage. Of course, if you see an early game Vi versus an early game Yone, it's definitely going to favor Weiba.
And right now, Hueba paying a visit, coming into the bottom lane. He sent assist connected, and Juju with a true shot barrage secures the finishing kill.
Tak may have helped Golden Feet survive that.
And
even used his flash. That's I don't think it was that close, but I would say it's a nice try, right? But
it is.
Let's look at that one once again. It's what the Jess did not expecting Weiba to be here. And again, the true shot barrage into a flash. And by the way, Weiba was able to get the head of Valdez once again.
Oh,
what?
A little bit, almost so close. If he overstayed and overstepped rather onto the turret, he could have died.
And you're seeing the Trace Esports just owning one side of the map once again. Like, everything that Weiba does, very much calculated and very much to the, identity of how you should play this Vi pickup. And that mainly is the reason why I think, Trace Esports as a team really has advanced their playstyle to a point that they are now one of the true contenders. Weiba being able to play this set of champions that is able to play for the team while also, having that threat to carry on his own like the Vi has really changed the tides of Trace Esports. We have to remember that Trace Esports was not part of the playoffs in WRL-A1. Now in WRL-A2, they're one of the contenders.
They are definitely one of the contenders here. It's again a very, very strong showing by Trace on how they're able to improve coming in from season to season. And thus far, as you mentioned, they really control the bottom side of the map. Because the thing is, they don't have to think about Riven. You've mentioned it already. You called it already that they will have advantage up against Aatrox with the Riven matchup. So they don't have to lift a single finger to go into the top side and support Riven.
It's a very static lane for now. But as the game progresses, Weiba almost clipping what the Jess had it connected. That will be another kill to the side of Trace Esports. And now Trace Esports, with the advantage that they have early, will be trying to secure this Rift Herald.
We'll start up Shelly. Already down half HP, but Valdez is just around the corner as well. What the Jess uses up the ultimate onto Hueba, but instead the counter attack, the trade back. Juju takes the kill. Just so much damage coming into this early game. Cat type will miss out the CP trouble bubble, but they still commit. Hueba with a cease and desist. Tak follows suit, and that will be Zoe going down.
And Tak had enough HP to get that kill and escape from death. BRU, that's 2 deaths in a row by them. But they're still forcing things, right? They want to secure at least one of the 5-minute objectives, but they don't have enough time.
Hueba will reach. The Vault Breaker is already ready, and Tipper and Valdez is solo.
Oh no. Talking about happening from bad to worse. BRU?
Tipper, now be bodies down by Tak. That will be a good CC. Has to force out to dash away onto the bot side. River, Cat type, readying up the CP triple bubble, or rather the Paddle Star onto Hueba. But not enough damage.
The Scuttle Vision will be clutch as well in trying to at least get information. Now, who gets that? I think it's Juju. Is it Juju? No, it's not.
Oh, BRU takes it. BRU will secure the Rift Scuttle, so that will be extra vision for them, but they're playing the macro game once again. Crazy Esports doesn't have to fight it, they just have to delay BRU. And even then, what? The Desist falls down! And cease and desist connects onto
that's
Cat
okay.
side. Fate sealed into the back line. Sure moves the jungler for the side of Trace. But look at Trace Esports. Riven is pushing tier 2 in the top path. And now Juju being pinned down by BRU. Tipper now going for the chase. Knocks up onto Yusa. But so much sustained the turnaround.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He thought he had Yusa in the back, but Yusa turned it around just in time. And as you said, Trace Esports winning elsewhere in the map. That dragon is still left alive and can still be contested by Trace Esports. BRU had the right idea, right? They're going for the kills because they had the man advantage at this point. You look at the amount of damage that was dealt by the AoE Paddle Star from Cat side, plus Valdez hitting finally his fate sealed onto the primary target. There is no reason for them to back down here. Yusa being less than a fifth of his HP, and with Tipper just, you know, a little lower than his half HP, you would think that Tipper had it in the bag, but what happened there was Yusa just doing Vladimir things, I guess.
Yeah, it was more or less Trace Esports forcing out the hands of BRU, right? Because if they send one member going to the top side to defend, they're gonna lose the team fight. So they have to commit one thing or the other. And they committed for that team fight. And now, going on to this wave, the Vault Breaker will not connect with a Soul Unbound. Going back in onto the baddie! Cat type just got melted!
This is a problem with Zoe, right? Like, you can just get followed through by the ultimate lockdown step-by-step combo of a buy, and okay, hear me out on this, Infinity. It doesn't mean that, you know, your Sleepy Triple Bubble hit that you will have to go and follow through with a Paddle Star. It's not always that way, because you have to still pick your spots, and that's something that Cat type has to learn, especially against CN teams.
Definitely is just so difficult right now, because Trace Esports is not just a matter of winning when it comes to gold. They're winning when it comes to objective. They're winning when it comes to the macro game. They got so much shirts already on top side. And Lisa taking the tier 2 on top lane means that he can rotate and go into team fights as well, which means BRU once again has another layer of difficulty and disadvantage when it comes to those engage.
5 kills advantage to the side of Trace Esports. And more importantly, 8.5k advantage gold-wise. What will be the win condition here for BRU? Like, so far, they only... No, I mean, everyone is behind gold in gold, right? Like, even Cat type and Golden Feet, their carries that might be able to turn things around will definitely lack the punch and damage come mid game.
Oh, Season Desist connects on to Tipper. Tipper is gone before the fight even started. And now looking into the backside, Lisa goes over the stun. The flash committed. And now it is Golden Feet, the only one left standing, as Trace Esports dives and brings him down as they secure the ace.
Okay, well, that was clean. Lisa on the ribbon was too clean. He went in, got 3, and Trace Esports will be taking down an inhibitor tower for free. And, you know, in just under 10 minutes, they were able to get a double-digit gold lead. 10k gold lead, and, you know, Valdez and BRU trying desperately to win this. Lisa get that flash into the knockup. Super clean coming in from him. And if you're Trace Esports, I guess they're feeling it right now. Like, BRU is really in a state of confusion right now, because whatever they try to do, Trace Esports is there to punish.
Yeah, and this is a good game to analyze when it comes to the macro decisions. Trace Esports macro coming into this game is on point. It's pitch perfect.
Ooh, Yusa using the flash. Hemo play, Cat type, 5, 4, 3. Never mind. It did not even last 5 seconds.
He just got deleted. And right now, Trace Esports once again has the numbers advantage coming to that fight. Feeds it into the backside. 2-man knockup. But is that even enough? BRU has no damage. And Tipper and Valdez holding still, holding their fort, holding the Nexus. But Trace Esports just has every right to win it. And they will win the series with a cherry on top of the kill as they secure the win up against BRU.
That's very quick. That's very quick. That's under 12 minutes. And I believe, that the previous game also ended in almost the same time. So that will be Trace Esports getting another win for them. And it's, they, in their benefit, right? Like, they have to play every game as if it's it's a game against a CN team, because what's at stake is the top 1 seed, and they definitely won that from Thundertalk.
Yeah, especially if it boils down to a tie between Thundertalk and the likes of Trace Esports. It will matter so much. So it's really important to get every single win they can. But that macro, once again, I'm in awe of Trace Esports from that game.
Like, who do you give the MVP to if you are, if you are the jury? Do you give it to Tak just because of his impeccable start in that game? Because he was able to track down Valdez, and Valdez on that Yone.
Right.
Not able to do a thing. He was being gifted kills here and there. But again, those skills did not really translate into objectives, which is basically the bread and butter for Trace Esports. Yeah, sure, okay. You get the skill, right? Like in that dragon fight. But in return, there is a play elsewhere, and your towers are just being destroyed by Lee Sao's Riven. Now we look into the total damage dealt to champions. Yusa still ahead of everyone with 18k.
Yeah, so much lead when it comes to damage, right? It's massive. But to answer your question, I feel like I'm gonna give it to Lee Sao. Right, regardless if he doesn't get so much kills, if it's not present when it comes to every single team fight. But single-handedly, he won the 1v1 fight onto the top side up against Zipper. He got tier 2 turret as well. 2 turrets when it comes to like first 7 minutes into the game, which allowed him to go into those team fights. And in that final moment, those plays was impeccable. So, you know what? I'm gonna give it to Lee Sao.
Lee Sao, Weba, you can give it to anyone. I agree with you though. Lee Sao is the... But thing here is, if you're going to give it to Lee Sao, you have to give it to their coach, right?
Oh yeah.
Because
it all boils down to the brains.
Because he was the one who picked the Riven to counter out the Aatrox, and so Weba will still be the one awarded of the MVP. Is this real? Is it really a wits and lethal tempo? Lethal tempo. Dude went for lethal tempo on Vi.
Yeah, it's new.
This might be what? Wait, hang on. This could just be the wrong graphic. Am I right?
We don't know. We have to check back onto the game, but that was just amazing. If it's lethal tempo and then wits end, I mean,
I don't think that's right. Like, dude, it's. I checked. Okay, so I checked. At one point it was shown he had Trinity 4, so it was just the wrong graphic.
Okay.
Infi.
Yeah, nevertheless, that is a win for Trace Esports and Hueva getting the back-to-back MVP title. But that's it for now, with Trace still retaining their title of being one of the greatest in CN. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's a final series for the day.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
好了，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优厚。那我们也是请到了 T1 的辅助选手 Tak 来到我们的赛后采访。你好 Tak， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 T1 的辅助 Tak。
那也是非常干净利落的一场2-0哦。那我想先问一下，因为你们上周其实是刚收获自己的赛季首败嘛，那上周回去之后复盘改进了哪些方面呢？
我们回去之后就尽量把自己的失误减少吧，然后就是把进攻节奏跟防守节奏都做好吧，中期的时候。
减少失误，然后尽可能的慢下来，慢慢的去打。So the first question for Tuck is, what kind of changes did you make after you lose last weekend? His answer is like, well, actually we just correct some mistakes we will have in the early game, and we're trying to slow down and just play safe in the early. 那第二个问题想问一下，你们这个赛季其实小龙控制率目前是全联盟第一，来到了70.5%。那所以我想问一下，因为在这个赛季的龙魂相比于之前的3龙来说，可能没有那么的 OP 了。那为什么你们对于目前小龙的优先级还是这么高呢？
主要是现在所有队伍对先锋的优先级实在是太高了，我觉得。然后我们有时候选的阵容也是偏后期的，所以说也不是我们不想要先锋，就是 BRU 无奈去换小龙了。其实
就还是回到那个问题，可能前期打得更加稳妥一点，那我们可能在拿了一些偏后期的阵容的情况下，是要去跟他们去做资源置换的。The second question for Tuck is, in this season actually compared to before, the Dragon buff, Dragon Soul is actually not that OP, but why your priority to the Drakes is still pretty high? And his answer is like, well, actually, other teams, they have high priority to the Herod, but because we have like Vlad or Zeri such hyper carries, we just want to be safe in the early, so we gotta trade back some Drakes. 那最后一个问题，最近情侣也是重做了嘛？自己有没有平时玩一下这个重做之后的情侣？
玩过排位里面玩过，挺好玩的。我觉得英雄现在在排位里面，
挺好玩的。那你觉得他有没有可能就是这个强度够不够再回到赛场呢？
在赛场里面，说实话，辅助还是比较担任一个帮队友吃一下技能啊、探视野的那种坦克会比较好一点。
就所以可能作为软辅来说的话，情侣可能升板会比较脆，同时他可能在做视野方面或者说开团方面会有一点危险，那可能说还要再去稍微观望一下，对不对？
对。
Okay.So the last question for Tuck is it possible for Sona back to the field with the changes recently? And his answer is like, well, actually, Sona is pretty fun right now, but she's not that tanky, so it's kind of dangerous for her to do some engage. So I don't believe that is really possible for Sona back to the field. 那以上就是我们今天的赛后采访的全部内容了。那我们稍事休息。
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you doing there?
And welcome back. We are down to the final series for the day of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. It's Thunder Talk up against OMG. It's literally, David and Goliath matchup. Because currently OMG's on top 11, Thunder Talk's on top 1. So, it's a battle of titans. Well,
yeah, that's the thing, Infinity, right? Like, I want to say it that way, right? But OMG has proven that they can prolong any game to a point that you will really have a hard time finishing it off. Case in point was their match against KBG, where it lasted 36 minutes and 36 seconds. And although it did not net a win for OMG, right? Ultimately, they ended up losing 1-2. It was still, a positive direction for the squad. OMG really struggling to find a win and is nursing a very long lose streak. After winning 2-0, all their remainder matches or all their matches after, getting that 2-0 advantage were losses.
Yeah. It was really unfortunate, right? And once again, emphasizing the shift of leaderboards that we've had in the first 2 weeks of Wild Rift League Asia. Then we had the weeks after that wherein adaptation came through, changes were made, and now here we go. The leaderboards were shifted.
Yeah, Inyan, Whitecat, SMK 15, and Huahua will still be the starting 5 for OMG. What will be their surprise this time? Because
it's a big question.
The 36 minutes, 36 seconds, that's the longest game. I never imagined that that's possible in a Wild Rift game, to be honest.
Right. Even way back, right? Even way back in year 1, year 2, I feel like 36 minutes of what OMG did is probably still the longest.
It is. And the only reason why KBG was not able to turn it around was because the inhibitors was not responding, right? Like, again, triple inhibitors. On that, 2 Elder Dragons as well. Joining KBG was momentous. Now we move over to Thunder Talk, and Thunder Talk, as we know, is atop the standings right now. And if you're atop the standings at 9-1, you kind of want to get this win just to make sure that you will have enough separation against the number 2 squad, which we just saw from a series ago.
Yeah, it's pretty much Thunder Talk right now who needs the series against OMG to once again tie the even playing field or have it pretty much equal into the current standings of CN.
That's the goal. It's for them to make sure that Trace Esports will not be on their tail anymore, right? Yeah. And it also sets up a very good match to watch, right? The Thunder Talk versus Trace Esports, which is yet to happen. By the way, our head-to-head matchup, it will in the jungle role, it will be Inyan going against XY. And the number says it all, right? 8.73 KDA, 70% kill participation. XY has really been the X factor for
I see what you did
Thunder
there.
Talk.
Yeah, I think XBY deserves the golden button,
What do you mean golden button?
Oh, is that a different show? Oh, whoops.
Yeah, I think
no, I'm kidding aside.
I think that's for Wild Rift Cat Talent, which is not yet showing, by the way.
Not yet showing. soon to be released. But kidding aside, right? XBY has been the X Factor. XBY has been doing so much work for the team consistently. And I think he is deserving of our eyes. We have to look out for the jungler going for the likes of Thunder Talk. But similarly, in our next head-to-head, it will be SMK against Z.
It's this one's very exciting, right? Although there is a clear disparity between the two SMK, 3.48 in KDA and then 7.66 in the KDA of Z. The only reason why I'm saying that this is exciting is because you look at the damage per minute. SMK is really doing a whole lot of carrying, right? You give him his carries, he will still be able to dish out the damage. But finding the damage that really changes the tides of the game, it's Z. Right? You might not be able to get all those kills, but it doesn't matter, right? Like the best thing about Z is recognizing which targets to go for, and oftentimes you will see him just go straight to the back line, never minding the front line, which is often getting attacked by SMK.
Yeah, definitely, right? Because the thing is, like, damage does not necessarily equal to win. Doesn't necessarily equal to an advantage. It really is more towards like specificity. What type of plays do you want to commit to? What type of engages do you want to go for? Because the thing is, especially going to the side of CN conferences, is that these teams are very methodical. These teams know when to go in and when to back away, and Thunder Talk is pretty much ahead of them all.
They are the number one team from the CN conference for a reason. And I kind of saw it coming, right? Like alongside Dash and alongside all the viewers that's been with us since season 1. Midway through season 1, Thunder Talk really just glowed up. But we move over to Yoho for the player introductions.
接下来将由 OMG 对阵 TT。7连败的 OMG 面对爱杯新王 TT 能否触底反弹，一切就看今天。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be Oh My God versus Thunder Talk Gaming. Could OMG be the Kingslayer and bounce back? Let's check. Now it's time for Oh My God and Thunder Talk Gaming.
都让开，别挡着我微信上厕所。哥们儿赢了几场就上来说垃圾话了啊！
Oh, the banter is coming from Thunder Talk and OMG. And I think Yoho stated it all, right? Can OMG be the Kingslayers here today up against Thunder Talk? Because this is one big, massive hurdle for them to conquer.
Yeah, you talk as if you understood what they said. Did you?
I didn't. I have no clue what they stated.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's pretty much some trash talking session between the two teams. And we move over, of course, to the catwalk. Best and the catwalk will feature, of course, the Baron laner for OMG, White Cat, and another X Factor from Thunder Talk in Shin. Shin has, to me, like Shin's playstyle is
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手登场。In the jungle, OMG 应援
when talking
TT 小
about
白。
Thunder Talk, we have to talk about their mid laner Z, but Shin is not lacking behind. He's also one of the reasons why Thunder Talk is enjoying a very good win streak.
有请双方
and also
中路
his
选手登
Fiora
场。
needs
In
to
the
be
mid lane,
respected.
OMG SMK
Fiora,
TT
very good duelist already, and put it in good hands.
Yeah.
It's just so much to deal with. You can just
有请双方
leave
射手
the
登场。
top
In the
laner
dual lane,
alone.
OMG 15
Not even the jungler
TT
visiting.
Soyo.
Yes, you could put the jungler there if you want more priority, but the thing is, if it's left on a very good hands, you just leave the Fiora open on
最
top
后有
side.
请双方辅助
Not
选
gonna
手
get
登场
killed
And the
anytime
support
today.
OMG 画画
It's,
TT SMY
It's now starting to show its relevance once again. I thought for a second that we are already past the side lane focused meta, but turns out
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
Was also one of the favorite picks of all these teams, just because he's, she's self-sustaining. You can leave her by herself on the top side, and can also survive all those potential dives just because of riposte being available. It's also a very good pick against the Camille. So it's kind of, it's a do-it-all type of champion, which basically, if anything, the only thing lacking to the Fiora is the crowd control, right? But if you time it properly, if you time your parry properly, right, you will still be able to crowd control at least 1 or 2 champions.
Yeah, with their post, right? And the added extra layer to the Fiora as well. Yeah, on top of being self-sustaining, very good mobility built into her skill kit, is the investment of having a champion to be able to split push. I think that's also one of the strong points, that even if you are on a disadvantage, you could opt to go for the split push and still get value onto the side lanes.
Exactly, right? Like, at least there is a win condition elsewhere, right? If you are being pinned down on one side of the map, having a split pusher will still be a win condition for you, especially, in a CN versus CN clash matchup, in where all those minute advantages really expands into something bigger as we move forward into the game. Now, with the warm-up, what champion do you want to see in an era?
What champion? I want Teemo. I want Teemo to see in an ARAM game.
Really?
I just want to see it. I don't want to see it win, but I want to see it.
I mean, Teemo is a champion that I think we saw a Teemo get random in an ARAM match during the first half of the season, where they play almost anything. But then again, it's the Teemo in Wild Rift is different from the Teemo in League of Legends.
PC.
Yeah, because in League of Legends, it's in League of Legends PC, you can use it as the defense minister. You plant all those bombs. And you basically secure that you can prolong the game. But here in Wild Rift, it's more for utility. It makes you a lot slower, but the damage is definitely not there.
Yeah, it's very minuscule in comparison, right? So, really unfortunate. But you know what? Nevertheless, we're seeing a Vayne come into the Howling Abyss, which is very breath of fresh air, because for the longest time we haven't seen Vayne see any gameplay in Wild Rift thus far, because of such aggression being shown every single time, not just in Howling Abyss but also in the Rift.
Yeah, it's hard to use. It's one of those champions that are harder to use. It's harder to utilize, although the ceiling of this champion being one of the late game go-to queens is definitely up there. In an era match in where you receive a lot of AoE damage and skill shots, it's not the best. It's not the best place to play the Vayne.
Except if you're a Demon Kite. Demon Kite can use it. Maybe.
Yeah, sure. Right. If Demon Kite can play it, so does 15, but 15 goes down. Yeah. He goes down to 14. Let's go. Let's count him down.
One.
See, yeah. And
can he reach one?
I will see. Right, Vayne. We just play things, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see. But jumping right out of it is Thunder Talk already reaching 3 kills in favor for OMG. Only 2 kills. These trade backs are to be expected with these back and forth. But Thunder Talk overall got the advantage, because the thing is, this is now the time for them to reset, and now the time for them to gain advantage with items up against OMG. I spoke too soon. Thunder Talk lost another member coming in from that fight, and OMG got 5 kills already.
Yeah, and even SMK will get attached onto here by the Akali, and that, by the way, is Z on the Akali, which is always a pleasure to watch regardless of what map it is. Soil also playing an AD carry. You look at the lineup here by Thunder Talk, and one would say that this is a very handpicked set of champions, right? XBY is a jungler, and plays the Jarvan. Z is on the Akali. Soil is on an AD carry. SMY is on the Nautilus.
Rengar was a bit off. If you change Rengar with XBY's champion, it would have been, this is a draft that we could see and we could expect. Maybe back in year 1 or year 2, not now, but still a draft, still a good draft.
Oh, Transcendent Embrace onto 4. What a flashy way to start the fight. But doesn't really have the damage. Now the reset's coming in from Whitecat.
Z coming into the backside, gets access onto Vayne, and 15's now 13. But a double 2 kills over 2 deaths.
I think that's 12, no?
Oh, is it 12?
Yeah, that he already suffered 3 deaths already, so that's 12. Yeah, okay. So we're going to count him down and see if he reaches 1 or 0. I don't think it's possible, especially with it's too long. It will take a long time for sure. But if he's playing like you do in an era match, maybe.
Probably still negative even.
Maybe Mr. 10K is at it again. By the way, Z and company, again with all their hand-picked champions, quote unquote. Shin!
It's so good. XBY gets access into the backside. A Swan is already brought down very low. SMY gets brought down by Inyan, and now XBY gets ignited. Tick. Is that even enough? As Z falls down though. With 15, taking so much kills for himself.
Yeah, and he's also respecting the burst potential of Shin. Super Mega, that's Rocket not hitting.
Sidestep is massive coming from 15. Gets that Super Mega Rocket away for Soil, but for now,
Ooh.
these fights, this engage is not gonna stop a Soil.
Yeah. All the get excited movement basically allowed for Thunder Talk to still be able to defend their tier 1 and also push away 15. He doesn't have the range advantage for sure, right? Like the lethal tempo though, a lot of attack speed available to him.
SMY snowballs in, overextends, no follow through by Thunder Talk.
Yeah. And now 15 also used his not really ultimate, but he doesn't have the ultimate. You know what? One of the things that I don't often catch is when the Vayne uses the ultimate, just because
oh yeah, it's too hard to tell.
It's too hard to tell, right? Especially in that skin line.
Definitely is. Right. So yeah, we'll see. We'll just see that he has ultimate if he's dealing massive amounts of damage, or if he goes invisible.
Yeah. And also they the perfect way to play Vayne when on ult is to not spam auto attack. Right? Like you want to maximize all those stealth seconds.
Yeah.
To reposition and to have the better position overall.
Oh, flag and drag, double knock up. SMK is brought down very low, and that will be Karma's going in for the CC, but that's not enough to save himself. And now Inyan's the only one remaining, and Thunder Talk is there to not just play but win it all.
Yeah, 15 down to 11. And we're still continuing the countdown here, Infinity. Alright, what's your guess?
Snowball.
My guess is 7.
I'll go, you know what? I'll one up you. I'm gonna go 6.
Okay. So he's currently at 11. Oh, he has QSS. Alright, that's kind of nice to have as a Vayne, but in the end goes for the chase here.
Ooh, Soil has to use the flash to go back away with Rengar jumping in with burst damage, and now Z comes in the backside, and SMK just got melted, and now Wawa's the next target with 15, now getting that chase, and now that won't be a 2 for 2. Inyan falls down.
That was a very good condemn, by the way, by 15. Now Xby also receiving a good chunk of damage. He's going to miss.
Now we'll be able to miss that out, and that will be Thunder Talk. And back under the turret, but that will be an extra kill for OMG.
Yeah, 15 used his ult, and Soil did not respect that burst coming in from
Xby going in, good engage, Thunder Talk and move 15. And this will be White Quant and Wawa. The only one left standing here. Flag and drag will not connect, but Sin comes through. First damage onto White Cat, not enough to bring him down though.
What? Okay, so what is the scoreline of 15 now? 10?
10? I think so.
10.
Z
so
comes
too.
into Wawa, sure can flip with a perfect execution. That was just impressive. Now Xby jumping into the backside as well. Sure gonna flip onto White Cat, not gonna pursue for the all, and Thunder Talk will play it safe.
Now White Cat does have the perfect opportunity to go for resets here. You're seeing all those blinking health bars. Oh, that's a juicy target for the Darius.
The reset galore for White Cat if ever it opens up. But Sin once again just jumps in, burst damage, and just deletes 15. And
okay, he's down to 9.
Very unexpected as well.
Yeah. Alright, he's closing in to the 7 or 6. Okay. Well, this is we're just trying to think of a positive, not really a positive, but an entertaining way to talk this one out, because this is just, you know, a random air match.
Yeah, Cataclysm connects onto 2. Wawa and SMK stuck, but Thunder Talk cannot commit. It's just under the turret, but Z still wants to go for more. They can flip into the back with a 5-point strike. Is that even enough? With a perfect execution, Sin just went in with a good response, but Inyan wants a little bit of this fight as well. Could be a cleanup, but 15 wants to go for Soil. A good route come from SMY, delays the possible engage, and Soil might just get removed, and 15 gets the triple.
Yeah, almost, but too much damage coming in from 15, and too much health advantage as well with Wawa there. Okay, so we're on point. Look at the record of 15. Yeah, 7, 5, and 8, right? So he's really at the number 10. So now for Thunder Talk though, I think that this is going to be the last reset, because I feel that they have enough items now to finish the game.
Yeah, echo your thoughts. It's 4 items already for pretty much among their carries, or about three items, 3 complete items among their carries, right? So it will be the time for them to really just landslide it up against OMG, considering that there's no more tier 1, there's no more tier 2 for them to have a hurdle on and have a hard time.
Yeah. Which means that the Nexus shields also just has expired. So for Thunder Talk, it's just finding another fight for themselves. Of course, if you're OMG, you don't want to give that fight as of yet. By the way, 15 is already level 14, so at least some positive points for the side of OMG, at least in this era match. And for those that just joined us, this is just port side selection.
Yeah, and 15, pretty much, I'm just looking at it. You know, the Cataclysm could be taken advantage of with a conduct. So that's like a little bit of something, but it really depends on 15. And that's not like a big thing that could really change the whole team fight.
Oh,
SMY though, depth charge going onto Inyan. 4v5 Ultra Rod. SMK is stuck rather onto the Cataclysm. Now 15 coming into the middle of it all. Won't be access, but will still survive all through that. Z! Shuriken flips onto the base.
He wanted the head of 15. He wanted to turn him into 9, but yeah, easily denied by the members of OMG. And now they're going for the chase with the man advantage. Can they reach?
Going for the chase. Thunder Talk with a reset. X by flag and drag knocks up 1-2-1. SMY into the front lines. Will be able to go in with the branch line into the backside. Roots onto White Cat. Followed through by X by, and then SMY just followed up. Is that enough? White Cat is sustaining, but Thunder Talk just brought him down. Inyendo will be able to access every single one into the back. Now X by is the only one remaining.
Yeah, resets. Inyan getting one after another. Now X-Spy by himself trying to defend this. Finally, he has backup, and it's a very good backup to have. That's Z on Akali.
Now knockups is there. Now Z going in with a shroud. Targets onto Hua. X-Spy is stuck in the middle of it all. Now Z with a perfect execution jumps onto Inyan. Uses up the QSS to be able to survive for a bit, but just be it for now. Thunder Talk just delayed the push of OMG.
Yeah, 8 seconds for Soil to come back in. And it's taking a long time for OMG to clear the minions. Now Z pops the Twilight Shroud.
Oh, that was so good. That was so clean, but he just hugged the Super Mega Dat Rocket with open arms.
There you go.
Same, catching up though. Burst damage. That's insane.
That's nuts, yeah.
It's not good.
AP Rengar things. Even using the snowball to make sure that White Cat will feel threatened enough. And they will be able to back away. Now 15. What number is it again? 9, right?
9 now, I think. 9 or 8.
I think
it revolves around those two numbers, yeah.
Oh, Soil has to be careful.
Wow.
He does have some form of lifesteal as well, because he did build Bloodthirster. But yeah, it's not going to be enough, so he has to be careful. He has to go back, get all those health packs.
Yeah, SMK I think build onto AP. Right,
as he should.
Yeah, as expected. So there's just a lot of damage coming into SMK. And also 15, but Inyan attempting into the back. X-By looks an opening to go in for the Cataclysm to jump in onto 2. Super Mega Dat Rock connects onto White Cat as well.
Get
as he
excited.
just got deleted. Now Z coming up. That will be 15 who's gone. Removed, deleted, and erased. And Thunder Talk is looking for the end as they get the ace.
That's just 8 for 15. I guessed 7. Fine. I was wrong. You guessed 6.
I was wrong.
You're very wrong.
I was. But at least, you know what? It's 6, 7, and 8. You know?
Right, okay.
Progressing towards the right answer.
I guess. But yeah, that's side selection going over to Thunder Talk. And a very good warm-up for them overall. Because again, you look at their champions. Almost handpicked, right? Like, those are the champions that you expect them to use in a normal Wild Rift game. Outside of their outside of some changes like on the top side, jungle and the dragon lane, the essence is there. The warm-up is already in. And for Thunder Talk, it's all about, again, getting another win and adding it to their already very impressive record. If they win here, they will be improving to 10 win and 1 loss. Meanwhile, OMG, if they lose here, that will be 8 straight losses.
Very unfortunate because OMG, we're looking at this team to be one of the teams that is to be respected coming into the early weeks of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. And yes, they are still one of the teams that has to be respected. As you have stated a while ago, they were the team that brought a game up against KBG to 36 minutes. And this speaks a lot when it comes to their patience and when it comes to buying time for the game. They want to play a little bit more prolonged, similar to how Nova has played it before. So it's still one of the teams that we have to respect and we have to look at. But thus far, Thunder Talk is just out of the league right now when it comes to strength and out of the expectation.
Yeah, it's what we were saying, right? Like the glow up was kind of expected just because they finished the WRL-A Season 1 on a very strong fashion, on a very strong note, right? Like so oftentimes, you know, you look into the second half record, and one would say that Thunder Talk was really one of the best from the CN conference last season. And mind you, they were so close in eliminating the eventual champions in Key Best Gaming, right? It was turned around. And it's not because KBG was formidable that they were able to turn things around. It was actually some micro and macro mistakes by Thunder Talk that has haunted them to this day. They know, and they knew, and we knew as well, you know, the casters, that if Thunder Talk did advance there, they would be the eventual champions. Now, for Thunder Talk, it's all about the unfinished business.
Yeah, it's all about the unfinished business. As we actually look into the draft for game number 1, very traditional. We see the Gragas, we see the Aatrox, we see the Camille, but what is unexpected is the Ezreal respect.
Yeah, truly. It's because there's a lot of champions available to Soil to play around with, right? Like there's the Xayah, Lucian, maybe even the Jinx, right? You played the Jinx earlier. Of course, that's not going to happen. But by the way, this Vladimir ban is going to pressure OMG. Are they going to ban away the Akali, which is one of the champions that we saw from Z? Not just in the era match from earlier, but also, you know, throughout his career.
Yeah. Very strong. But Hecarim is still left open as well. So there's a lot of open champions for Thunder Talk to utilize. There's just so much priority. They could go for Ornn. They could go for Hecarim. They could go for Akali, as you have mentioned.
Never mind, dude. Like, they can go for the Hecarim and then you can still go for the Shen, right? The double ninja composition.
Yeah.
Which would allow Z to, you know, to just go on another level now. But this is a very good big up for OMG, right? We know that the numbers of Hecarim is definitely at a very good, you know, positive number. Just because of his current kit. Everything about Hecarim, it fits the Wild Rift, right? It's a very small map. You have a very good mobility. You're very tanky, so you're able to dish out damage as well as receive damage in turn. Now, this is what's surprising, though. White Cat will be going for the Renekton, so that's a double bruiser frontline.
Yeah, because the thing is, they could prioritize so much other champions, right? Ornn is open. Evelynn is open for Thunder Talk. Well, I don't know if they're going to pick it up, but nevertheless, they still have Ornn that they could pick up and deny it away from Thunder Talk. But as you have predicted already, Atlus, that they could go for the Noble Ninja. I mean, why are we here? No, I'm kidding, but this really
the Fiora, right? Fiora version.
Yeah.
The everything right now. This is not scripted, by the way, but I kind of predicted the 3 picks coming in from Thunder Talk just because of how they want to really play their champions. Now, which really surprised me here, right? Like, yeah, sure, I did favor the Renekton earlier into a Renekton versus Fiora matchup, but you have to, we still have to consider that this is Shin that we are talking about. Shin has a very good Fiora, and oftentimes, you know, whatever advantage the Renekton has against the Fiora, it gets negated by the best Fiora players.
Yeah, 100%. Especially when you are looking into like how Sin could just overtake Renekton, right? Just play for lunges, look into those points wherein Fiora gets hit or will get hit onto Renekton a lot. And yes, it will be a lot difficult when it comes to level 2 because Renekton has distance covered, but still going to be a hard time up against this Fiora Renekton with Sin having to utilize this specific champion. But going into the bans though, Nautilus already banned away along with Sivir for the side of Thunder Talk.
Lucian as well. It's going to get targeted away. I'm trying to predict what the rest of the pick and bans are. But I think it's it's just going to be pretty much standard. With the Nautilus getting banned here, most likely the Ornn will be picked up by OMG. Very good long range engage as well, if you think about it. Now the call, okay, so this is very surprising, right? Like I expected the Thunder Talk will go for the Galio plus Shen combination.
Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing.
Wait.
Wait. Whoa.
Yes, go for it. Go for it, so that we can have a continuation of the countdown.
Hold.
No, we get to continue the countdown, yeah? Or no?
Wait, but no, wait, what? They're going in for Vayne. You know what? It's the least of our expectations, right? And now Thunder Talk could steal away the Ornn for themselves.
Right, and that's the sweethearts. But yeah, just looking at this potential Vayne pickup. Are we going to see Lulu? You know, those enchanters? Because
probably. Yeah, probably is. This will be so hard.
Okay, so the goal for OMG here is for them to do a very good lane swap. Okay.
Go topside for 15 Hua.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like you have to predict what Thunder Talk would do as a response to this Vayne versus Lulu. But the idea here is to bully out Shin and have White Cat play the weak side of the map, right? Yeah, that's about it, right? Like, it also is pretty much to the advantage of the sweethearts. Oftentimes, if you have the Rakan and Xayah, they would win the lane. And Lulu and Vayne, not the best laning duo. In a 2v2 setup.
And in addition to that, typically the current running meta that we have is the supports will be the engage tools. We'll be having the majority of the crowd controls, typically with the Ornn, the Gragas, Rakan, the Alistar, the Galio, name it. And crowd control is pretty much a meta when it comes to support. And having a Lulu and Vayne come into a draft means that you're lacking a huge chunk of your crowd control, and the only dependency will be left will be Hecarim.
I blame the Aram game.
Yeah, they got to. I don't know.
It basically reminded the 15. Hey, I want to play this champion. So now he gets to pick it for himself. Oh, they're now going for a swap. All right, so it's going to be a 2v2 with Soil and SMY on two of the premier picks. Of them, by them. By the way, SMY's Rakan. This is my favorite pick of SMY. He hasn't shown it yet this season, because we saw it. We saw it numerous times during season 1, and I remember that SMY's running demolish on Rakan and would just run around the map and get tower plates for all the laners. Now, in Season 2, however, SMY did not even touch this champion, as we see a 1v1 on the top lane. I don't think they would kill mid. Or would they?
White Cat. Ooh. But Ignite's already burned, right? And you still have Barrier for Sin, so it's not going to be a commitment. Yeah, it's an advantage for Sin. Nevertheless, if White Cat uses up the flash, Barrier can be used up, and Sin could answer back. But yeah.
Can he go for the riposte here? By the way, did Sin level up the other skill instead of going for the riposte? Is looking for the vital against White Cat.
Yeah, we'll see. Already used up the launch. Barrier already used up, but that's already a signal for them to come back. They don't want to commit.
He's level 3, okay. And he's respecting now the potential all-ins coming in from White Cat. Has to be careful, he has flash.
Yeah, and that's what we've mentioned, right, during the draft. Like level 2, level 3, that will be Renekton having distance covered skills to be utilized. So if Sin goes in for the lunge, an answer back could be done by White Cat with the Renekton.
It's also the discipline by White Cat not using his second skill or his stun, right? That's the threat. That's a mark of a very good Renekton. If you can make sure that you will only press the second skill button if you have 100% guarantee that it will hit. That puts Fiora in a very tough position to play safer than he should be or she should be.
The added thing that I want to talk about this game is once again the bottom lane, because the thing is, let's talk about Vayne. Vayne is pretty much the most useless champion in the early game. And don't at me, don't argue, but that's pretty much a fact. It's like one of the weakest champion coming into the early game, given that it's just low range or mid-range champion. And when it comes to the damage, you still need a little bit more scaling. You need to reach to that point wherein you get 2-3 item power spike, you get a couple of levels in.
Okay, hear me out. Although I do agree that Vayne has challenges, but more of her challenges is all about her wave clear compared to the other marksmen that can actually just clear the wave in their favor. Vayne really lacks in that regard. But when it comes to damages, if it comes to a 2v2 without involving the minions, Vayne does actually have a very surprising amount of damage. With the condemn, she's the only marksman in the game that has a crowd control plus a push away. So that's one of the reasons why we often see Vayne still get advantages here and there, especially in RGs. But in competitive, all those just gets negated by very timely movements.
Yeah, plus there's a huge distance being covered, right? We saw it a while ago from Thunder Talk. It was Sai and Rakan consistently getting a massive priority up against the likes of Vayne and Lulu, because first things first, Lulu pretty much doesn't have any crowd control. Yes, you have the Pixie that could change and metamorph the opposition into a fairy, right? But it's just there's nothing that you can do in comparison to the likes of Rakan, Gragas, or the Ornn, even the Nautilus as well into this comparison.
This is what we were saying, right? Like at the end of the day, as a Lulu in Vayne, what you kind of wanted to do is to do a very quick lane swap, because at least then you will be able to mitigate some of the damage of the weaker laning phase that you will possess. Again, damage-wise, it's definitely up there. Now, Thunder Talk, they're in the position for a dive.
And Chen also going in with a Stand United. They come in with a 4-man gank into the bottom side, but they're able to retreat and return back. OMG.
Yeah, that's a very timely wild growth. Wahua was able to knock them up. I believe that also cancelled the Shadow Dash coming in from the Shen, but this is definitely going to be the play for Thunder Talk to at least utilize over and over again in the next few minutes. However, advantage towards OMG.
SMY goes in with a grand entrance onto 15, but jumps over the wall. Feather Storm already used up along with a flash. And now the onset of Shadows pulls back Soil! And Soil the turnaround by OMG! They get the first blood!
Yeah, that's a huge investment though. We're talking about 5 minutes.
Inyan overextends, and now Z comes through to follow up. The response is phenomenal. The 1-for-1 trade is up, and Z wants to go for more. As 15 goes down. Now SMY with a CP Trouble Bubble goes to sleep for now. SMK gets the turnaround, but XBY already downloaded FHP. It's a 2-for-2 trade overall.
Right, this is... Wait, what am I watching right now? Because oftentimes, you see C and teams and they will go for the objective right away. But they went for the skirmish, they went for the clash. In Inyan with a very well-placed onslaught of shadows, pushing back Soil and getting that kill allowed for Thunder Talk to, second-guess themselves. But soon as Z showed up, their confidence went at an all-time high. And I'm not 100% sure as to what Inyan was doing there. Because definitely they had vision, right? They knew that Z was coming.
Yeah, definitely is. Plus... It was, the onset of shadows was there. He knew that Soil did not have the flash already, so he committed. But the overconfidence was a bit overboard for the side of OMG, but nevertheless, it's now a 1-for-1 trade in objectives, so at the very least, that is what OMG will be able to get back.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1. Dragon goes over to OMG, but wait, XBY. Will he go for it? Okay.
Underdog is just here. Soil's getting damaged. Feather Storm already used up. 15 has used up the ultimate already, so that is huge respects that Soil is doing. It has to commit the Feather Storm.
Yep, so it's an ult for an ult. 15 did use his ult as well. And there to challenge was the Shen, so wisely OMG.
Inyan being sought out after. Z is there as well. Onslaught of Shadow being used defensively, but Z jumping in with the Ignite, and that will take him down. That's enough to bring him to the ground. So much power by Z.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying. SMK might be able to find a lot of poke damage. His damage per minute, damage in the entirety of the game will definitely at an all-time high, but It's Z that's finding the kills with, what I would say lethal damage, right? Like, because he always gets the damage that really gets the heads of the carries, and that's the difference between the mid laner of the two. Now, Thunder Talk, by the way, was just able to get a lot of tower plates in the mid lane and on the top lane, and I believe even here in the bottom lane, only one tower plate was left untaken by Thunder Talk. And so now from that standpoint, from that point alone, you're now seeing why there's a massive advantage gold-wise to the side of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, it's so good. The macro plays once again. Like, Thunder Talk is not the best team in CN Conference if they can do this, right? It's just too good on how they're showing and how their macro playstyle is being shown here in the Rift. And thus far, Z is just on a feast. If you want to go eat, take it on with eat all you can, right? So that's what Z is having right now, served on a silver platter, and an added bonus to that is extra drinks. And right now, Inya's going in for the chase. Shuriken flip connects onto Inya and onslaught of Shadow, though, with Stand United saving Z's life. And now XY comes through into that fight. This won't be a 3v4 with a Shuriken flip into the back. SMY with the quickness and the grand entrance gains access, and that will push OMG to retreat.
And this is why you don't give the double ninja composition towards Thunder Talk, because they are the best team in utilizing the Akali plus Shen combo. By himself, you look at this play coming in from Z. Able to spot out SMK on a ward, getting that assassination through. And against 3 people, he did not panic. Like, his plays here is, basically centered around, I still have my Shen. I will still be able to call my jungler. And you see what happened here, slice and dice, but I guess, better range overall coming in from the Shen stunt, and that means that Thunder Talk is again getting another set of advantage on the top side this time.
Plus, one of the reasons and one of the disadvantage was showcased there when you have a Vayne in your lineup. Because traditionally, from the ADCs that we have, it's typically Xayah, Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Lucian, Zeri, name it. Right? The big problem with Vayne is that he has a hard time to be able to reach those targets to get those free hits in. Especially considering you have Arcana into the backside for Thunder Talk that could access him. There is the Akali as well. So that mid-range ADC nets him a huge disadvantage when it comes to those team fights.
It's definitely not automated. Wait. Okay, Shin. Dominus being popped.
Sin. Please don't. That's just so much damage. And now the flash already committed. Repulse just to buy time. Soil is here. Going in with a grand entrance. Saved Sid's life. And that's just perfect timing by Thunder Talk.
And that's the story of the game so far. You mean Z, by the way, by himself once again. And 1v3, not a problem. I mean, what is this guy eating for breakfast? Because he's definitely one of the best players that we have in the world right now here, Infinity. And again, it's so unlucky if you think about it, but part of it is because of the massive disadvantage that OMG has right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, Z's eating buffet, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And right now, though, the grand entrance knocks up onto Inya, and Soil dealing poke damage from far away. Sin's gonna come through with the blast cone, and now this is a format again coming from Thunder Talk, and then Yan just has to retreat for now. CP Trouble Bubble connected onto SMY. HP advantage to the side of Oh My God as White Cat comes through, might do a pincer maneuver, holding very still. Pro belt.
Okay.
With a CP Trouble Bubble connects once again, but Z comes into the backside with a Ignite. Soil might just get deleted, and now Z hopes to look at 15, but the Condemn is there. That was just a right move, and OMG answers back.
I don't understand Z. He's just playing right now like he's enjoying himself. He did a Shuriken flip that basically traveled over the entirety of that team fight, right? He flew over everyone. And we're not yet done. Like, you look at 15, they still want to commit here on the top side. And how many minutes did how many minutes has it been that we are here on the top side, right? It feels like forever that we haven't really shown, any other lane outside of the top side, just because of OMG's being pressured in to defend the top side, plus OMG, plus Thunder Talk, just time and time again wanting to own this top quadrant for themselves. In fact, you look at it, with all the distraction that happened, Thunder Talk was able to get a dragon for themselves. So all those was just done for one thing, and that is to take another objective for Thunder Talk.
Yeah. And the thing is, we're playing ARAM. You know, we're playing ARAM onto the top side of the map for.
You cannot call it. Wait, you cannot call it ARAM.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, but what?
Okay,
you call it
it's
ARAM?
A-tap. It's A-tap.
No, it's not.
All
it's Arat, right?
Arat, yes. All random, all top.
Exactly.
Fair enough. And now OMG though, playing defense. Up against Thunder Talk, CP Trouble Bubble and Z! The onslaught of Shadow coming from Enya was phenomenal, but Z was able to flash away, and that will retreat them! Defenders rooting every single one! And now 15 is on the losing end as X-By will be able to chase him down. And now the CP Trouble Bubble is cancelled with a QSS, and Soil will live!
No casualty for Thunder Talk, meanwhile OMG is lacking one member right now, and again, Z... Oh, that was too close for comfort, but still had a stasis enchant available. How many times have we seen that interaction, right? You know, going down almost, but stasis just to save himself. Now, Thunder Talk is actually targeting the Baron.
White Cat going in for the chase, wants to look out. Grand entrance, double man knockup. It's White Cat, has to force out the Dominus. Inyan already chasing, might be able to get that steal. It's OMG who takes it!
Okay, so the decision by the Thunder Talk jungler X5 was to taunt and take away the Hecarim out of the picture, but they did not account for the massive damage that comes in from the Zoe's Battlestar. And that was a successful steal coming in from SMK. Let's look at that replay once again. Okay, so if you're X5, what do you do here? Do you smite? No! You go for the taunt! What happened there, X5? I don't understand. And so now Thunder Talk just allowed OMG back into this game.
Yeah, OMG, you know what? I'm tipping my hats off to you. Because the thing is, this is the team that bought the game up against KBG in 36 minutes.
Yeah.
And now I know why.
Ah, right. So you confuse your opponents by doing plays that is kind of unexpected. That's what happened there. SMK again prolonging the life of OMG. That's a very good equalizer to have, so to speak, but make no mistake, like Thunder Talk is still well in control of this game. It's still 11k in the advantage, and that's because of, you know, the series of very good plays by Thunder Talk.
Then CP Trouble Bubble will miss out because of the lunge coming in from Sin, so that's a really good utilization of the lunge to go out.
True. Thunder Talk 11-4 in kill count and 11k advantage. All they want to do is to really just burn away the Baron buff that was stolen by OMG. And you know what? Surprisingly, OMG was not even able to get a tower for themselves. I guess this is also one of the considered weakness of a Vayne lineup. It's not really the best siege champion in the game as well. Because if you think about it, like your range is not going to be up there. And they also have to be careful, right? Like this Lulu is very squishy that, you know, one target down by Z is actually enough.
In danger, and now SM1 throw comes in. Inyan is the target. Grand entrance is there. It's a CT. That's too good. Inyan has to use the onslaught of Shadow to go back and retreat. X-Boy taunts every single one, and now Inyan looks to come back in to save his teammates' life, but there's just no escape there. SM1 with a grand entrance. SMK uses up the flash to go away, but that's not enough. And Thunder Talk breaks loose, takes the 4 kills.
SMY is greater than SMK, that is for sure, because right now he's just taunting everyone in his way. Like even that play coming in from Xbox using his Dawn Flash just to get another kill for Thunder Talk. Are they going to finish this?
They want the ace, and that is just a cherry on top as Thunder Talk will strike first up against OMG.
Okay, no 20-minute game, no 30-minute game, it's just going to be a 16-minute game. Thunder Talk! Wow, okay, alright. So that exploded out of proportions, right? That's just after one team fight here in Infinity.
And that is one of the highlights on why Vayne gets a massive disadvantage currently in competitive scene.
You sounded like you sound like a hater too.
Oh, I'm not a hater. I love Vayne. I love Vayne.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, right? I understand, but you know, more. Yeah, it's not just the Vayne that was the problem there, right? Like, if you think about it, just the fact that they had to play the Lulu to support the Vayne was already a problem in itself. Meaning that they don't have a very reliable form of disengage, right? Imagine if it was the Gragas or the Alistar. At least there's, you know, some form of defenses for their carries. Then again, yeah, I blame the ARM game, I guess.
Blame the ARM game because you know what it introduced. You know what? Ooh, we could use the Vayne as well, right?
Yeah.
Let's suck that in.
Right.
But you know what? I'm not totally opposed to it because the thing is, OMG. I know I'm being ironic here, but OMG, if they played a similar game to what they played up against KBG, 36 minutes, Vayne's gonna go beast mode, right?
Yeah.
But
so you're saying that their best chance of winning is to go ultra late game.
40 minutes, break the record.
Right. Yeah, I see the rationale, but again, it's like even if it reaches at that point, right? Like, are you going to feel confident that 15 won't be targeted by Z? Because every time that he's on the Cali, right? Like his decision making on the champion is just godly right now, right? Like you don't often see him make silly mistakes. There was one at one point, but with enough advantage heading into him in the early stages of the game, Z is just allowed to do extra aggressive plays just to make sure that every opponent will still be on their toes. Now with Thunder Talk getting that 1-0 advantage, Xby is going to win the MVP with the least damage in the game. Wait, why? Is it because of the 75% kill participation? Or was it because of the taunt flash on the top side?
Could be the taunt. But Z overall performed out of his mind a while ago. So I think if there's someone else, it's also Z that could look into that perspective of the MVP title. But you know what? It's all up to debate. But we'll see who the next MVP will be coming into the next game as we take a short break. So don't go away.
All right.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Welcome back to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. We're down to the last series for today. It's Thunder Talk up against OMG with Thunder Talk already on match point.
One thing that I can say is that it was a very entertaining 1-0, right?
yeah.
Like, okay, again, whenever we see Vayne and Lulu get picked up, explosive things will happen, but more so than that, it was just the fact that Z was allowed to play the Akali with X-By there to support on the Shen. Immediately, you're like at the van. You ban away the Shen.
Yeah, and I'm liking this coming in for the side of OMG because going into the blue side selection leaves you a lot more breathing room when it comes to these bans. So ban away the Shen, ban away the Akali. I think that will be one of the things that OMG has to do because Z on Akali is just on a different level.
Oh man, like I tell you, dude. It's just unfair whenever he's allowed to play the champion. There's something about him and his mastery on the champion that makes you think, is this even human, right? Like,
yeah,
like his perfect play is just up there. And also, you look at the way OMG played this one out, they are also banning away the Fiora, which is a very good champion by Shin. So by doing this 3 set of bans, looks like we will have a different game altogether here in Infinity.
Definitely is, because the thing is Vladimir is open,
Infinity
Zorn is open.
Going to join us in a bit now. The last ban. Yeah. Okay. All right, Sivir is going to get banned here away Infinity, and the first pick will be they take away the Akali from Z.
Oh, okay. Really interesting. So it's the battle of wits, right? You know what? I'm gonna take away your Akali, pick something else. So the answer is Ezreal for the side of TT.
Yeah, Thunder Talk will most likely still have this as the go-to pick for Soil. Also pairs it with a Gragas now for Z. Choose your poison.
Yeah.
Do you go for Gwen or do you go for Kassadin against the Akali?
Ooh, won't be really difficult because the thing is Vladimir's still open. So if Z wants to play it, if there's someone who can play Vladimir up against an Akali into the mid lane, that will be Z.
Alright, so the answer to our final question will be the
there we go.
Vladimir. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. Also is one of the more, I would say, favorite picks just because of the meta. I think if he's allowed to choose whatever, he's most likely going for the other two, which is the Gwen or he's mastery on melee champions in the mid lane is definitely up there. But his Vladimir is also very, very good. Now OMG, one thing that I liked about this is that they have a very easy to execute competition already, right? Like they already have the buy, they already have the community. And so wisely, Thunderdog is actually just banning away the Nautilus for a potential engage option as well. We saw this from NAOS, right? They even went for the Kassadin. Not the Kassadin, but the Ashe for the overall potential of having multiple engage options. So what will be the option, or what will be the last ban here for OMG?
Galio's really good for OMG, right? And I was shocked that Thunder Talk banned away the set instead. Because the thing is, oh my, they're gonna go in for Rammus?
Okay.
Wait.
What?
Okay. You know what? Sure. Go ahead and play Rammus. I don't mind.
That's the only positive. That's the only thing that you're allowed to say whenever Rammus gets picked. Right?
Okay, fine. Okay.
OMG. Yeah. So this Jax is going to be more on the defensive side and the top side, being allowed to survive the all-in coming in for the community and the Vi is pretty much easier to do on the Jax than other champions. Now OMG going for the Lucian, they're really pivoting hard on getting advantages all across the board, and as predicted by you, it also makes a lot of sense for them to go for the Galio because they do have the Hexacle Tomato plus Vi combo.
Yeah, there's a lot of opening. There's a lot of entrances for Galio, right? It could go Vi, it could go Camille, it could even go Akali. With how we've seen Akali being played a while ago in Game Number 1, if that's the same performance that SMK could replicate coming into Game 2 up against Thunder Talk, that's definitely an opening for Hua to be able to push through for an opening. But Thunder Talk, final pick, it's Lisa.
now that's, well, I won't say it's anticlimactic, right? But it's the next by pick though. It's them still going for what works for them, and they're not really going for those picks that like the Lulu in a vein, right? Like which still has more questions than answers. This is just Thunder Talk taking everyone seriously, and again has one mission in mind, and that is to have a firm grasp of their number one position all across the standings here, not just in the CN conference, but for the entirety of the league. For OMG though, this set of picks, I think and I believe that they have they have a chance of winning this and extending this into game number 3. Right. So when it comes to being predictable, I don't think OMG is that team that falls under the category of predictable, because we know how long their last series was against KVG. So
yeah, games could go. Well, games could go like 15 minutes or a hell of a lot more than that.
So yeah, let's just enjoy the show, see what OMG has in store for us, and if anything, right, like the best possible outcome here is for. Wait, are we going to enter a pause? Because I don't think that guy over there is okay.
We are.
Yeah, because I was looking at him and I'm like, okay, so this guy has yet to touch his phone, and I'm like, okay, so is he playing or what?
Maybe it's the I don't know. I was thinking of something, but I couldn't think of anything. But yeah, we're having a pause.
Yeah, we're having a very quick pause. Hopefully, it's a very quick one. Yeah, it was a quick pause.
I don't know what happened, but you know what? That works.
Loading problem, I guess.
It could be. But as we jump into game number 1 here, Omega up by OMG rather versus Thunder Talk. But wait, hold on.
That was a very long throwback, dude.
Hold on. Yeah, I was just reminiscing the
good old days.
The good old days. Yeah.
I'm not holding back. We need to explain to our viewers what you did, what you just did.
Yeah, okay. For the viewers watching at home, Omega is one of the teams before in the Philippine region. Way back in year 1, that is on par up against NXP. Oh, the Ignite took the first blood. Ezra goes down. SMY might follow through, but OMG, literally. Oh my god.
Very good start. And is even going to steal away one of the more important aspects of the early game, which is the honey fruits. So this is the handicap that Thunder Talk is facing right now, right? Like their bottom lane just got melted in that 2v2 clash. Let's look at this once again and see if Soil did use his flash here. He's definitely spotted on a ward. Oh my god, that's the full channel of the Winds of War plus the double tap coming in from 15, and that's why you still have to respect the damage coming in from the Galio for sure.
Yeah. Especially coming into the early phases, if you just take in all the damage coming from the Winds of Gale, that's just so much. And I think that was just happened.
Yeah.
That was what happened on the Soil. And this will be a huge problem, right? Because Lucian, as we all know, is an early game champion and really strong when it comes to these early game phases. And Soil dying that early on is not a good thing for Thunder Talk.
It's definitely not going to help their cause. X-Spy is here trying to remedy whatever was lost here in the bot lane.
Oh, that's already a level 5 decent as well.
Yeah.
So one good kick could really
doesn't
just
have
dictate
flash.
the life of 15. The flash with the Dragon's Rage, and that will be Thunder Talk retaining back the lead that they've gotten in the early game, or well, rather the disadvantage they were able to take against OMG. But that's really good from X-Spy.
Exactly right. Like again, he was there to remedy whatever happened here in the bot lane, and that he did. So now everything is back to normal here in the bottom lane. Good flash kick, by the way. But by X-Spy, that was almost instantaneously that 15, regardless of whatever utilities he had. Oftentimes
no escape.
He'll still be able to dash away as a illusion. He was given 0 to no chance to react at all.
And the big problem about this that we're looking at, if Inyan goes for the engage, we always have to remember that Vladimir still has a Sanguine Pool. So if ever it comes down to that dangerous position, he could go in and out of fights.
That's one of the ways to look at it for sure. Ins and outs of the fights, similar to what we saw from the Rakan earlier, which was, by the way, very impressive, right? From SMY. I told you, man, like one of my favorite champions of the guy is the Rakan. It's just a shame that it's not part of the meta right now to a point that it's rarely seen, but whenever we see it, it's always a delight.
Oh, X-Buy. The ward is there. The question is he sought out for? Now Inyan has seen him, goes for the Vault Breaker, steals it away from X-Buy. Yeah.
Well, okay, so was all right. So Inyan was still able to get the Grump, yeah?
I believe so.
Yeah, I did not see the green thing. The effect on who joins the who. Anyway, action continues here in the bot lane, and Soil was able to use a 2-shot barrage just to clear the wave. Oh, flash in.
Flash, but a shield of the Rad. Taunts out to SMY, and 15 has massive damage, but exposed to cast, disengages. Wawa is isolated, has to retreat for now. And that's just a good disengage.
No, here comes the equalizer.
Oh, good flash with a body slam! SMY bot time, and X-Buy followed suit.
Wow, that was so clean. Dude, they're so good at this game. What? Okay, so let's look at that once again, right? Like, X-Buy shows up and uses the Sonic Wave to close the distance into the range minions. SMY following through with a flash into the Bat Slump onto 2, and then X-Buy was there to clean things out.
Yeah, the Dragon's Rage as well connected, so it was the CC chain galore for the side of Thunder Talk into the bottom lane. That was just so good of the micro plays that they do. Now Inyan, Vault Breaker with a flash! Wow, follows up. That will be a kill of their own.
That's a lot of investments though. But that's a very timely assassination onto the mid lane. Now they are in the position to secure this objective, although X-Buy is here.
White Cat readily waiting as well, coming over the hills. Gets vision though, so Thunder Talk has information. Wawa jumps through, but a shield of Durant. Hexic ultimatum onto Soil. They want this target. Hero's Anchor comes in. There will be a knock-up onto SMY, but Soil's gonna live. Ultra that. Now the culling as well connects onto Nothing, and OMG wants to retreat, wants to return back to their own jungle.
OMG already has the secured objective here, and X-Buy, by the way, is just delaying Inyan, but you won't be able to delay this Rift Herald empowered recall as well, right? Because it takes a shorter time for sure. Now Thunder Talk is now being pressed onto a corner here. What do? Are they going to challenge for this objective once again? Because OMG, they want one thing, and that's the 2-for-2 special.
Yeah, 2-for-2 special. We'll see if they could achieve that. Because right now, Thunder Talk is playing defense here. It has vision towards them. SMY goes for the body slam with the Wawa, but there's just no damage and a lot of risk involved if Thunder Talk commits.
They are waiting, right? Like patiently. OMG really wants the dragon. This is for sure going to help OMG alleviate some pressure of the gold advantage that Thunder Talk was able to get. But OMG wisely backs away. They don't think they can, do this fight as of yet. X-Buy once again!
Goes in with a Sonic Wave. Good kick as well. Wawa is isolated. Has to commit out the flash to return back, and X-Buy will not secure that kill, but Wawa is forced to reset.
Yeah, that's the third time that X-Buy did make a play here for the bottom lane. Talk about being assisted. Inyan, by the way, just waiting in the bushes.
Ready up. The Vault Breaker as well will not commit to it. And now, the Ice Drake will go into the side of Thunder Talk. And right now, X-Buy goes back onto their quadrant jungle. But SMK follows up. X-Buy is gone with a knife following up. Good flash for Flash Burn. Now Sin is stuck with the X-Stick ultimatum followed by Wawa with a shield to run. It's a 3-man taunt from OMG. And LZ hoping to follow up onto 15 with a flash. And now that is committed. Sanguine Pull already gone. He's isolated. And OMG, they're bouncing back and forth up against Thunder Talk.
And this is what we were saying, right? Like, OMG is so hard to protect that they will be winning all the skirmishes out of the blue. You look at Wawa trying to get another one, but Soil, oh man, not enough damage. They are so low in health. 2-shot barrage, and Inyan will just dodge away from it just because they have perfect information that he was channeling and he was on top of that Scuttle Vision. And OMG runs away with a team fight win finally and is basically now in the lead. That's a very big swing in the favor of OMG. We'll look at that play once again. SMK getting the kill onto X-Spine and following through will be Wildcat. I thought for a second that this is an overcommitment coming in from Wildcat, but 15 is already channeling his calling, and his damage was actually very much felt all throughout this fight. And you know, how many times did we see it? Soil lacking a bit of damage just to finalize all those exit kills that could have pivoted this clash back to Thunder Talk. And again, that's the breaks of the game that you would understand, because this is still the Ezreal, right? Like one of the scaling or heavy scaling champion that we have in the game.
Yeah, and thus far, Hua has been doing honest and hard work all throughout from the early game coming into the mid game. He was always that pivotal into getting that early lead for his respective ADC for 15, and coming into that fight as well, that 3-man taunt, the Justice Punch. It's just too much. Hua would just always pick Galio. You know what? You're too good at it.
Yeah, he's definitely showing better Galio performance compared to what we saw from game 1, where he was relegated to play the Lulu, the supportive Lulu.
Z.
Here comes Z.
Wildcat already connected with a Sonic Wave with the Dragon's Rage. There's just no escape, and the CC chain is flawless. Now Hua comes into the backside. It's 2-man taunt. Has to use up the force the flash, but an explosive cast isolated him. Come back, and Thunder Talk secures the kill.
Another tower might just go down here to the side of Thunder Talk, and OMG, all of a sudden, whatever lead they were able to get in that very good skirmish on the bottom lane was reversed immediately by this timely attack by Thunder Talk, and you saw that they had the right idea in mind. OMG, Wawa still used as flash, but there to negate the flash's effect is SMY with a perfectly placed explosive cast.
It was phenomenal. And now we'll see how this would turn out as Thunder Talk is playing towards the bot side, and that will be X-Spy who kicks Whitecap back into their own turret. Two-shot barrage almost connected within inches of death there for Whitecap, but will be able to return back unscathed.
And the good thing for OMG was that it did not result into a kill. Another flashy engage coming in from the Lee Sin, by the way. He's not really pulling back his kicks, right? Like every time that you see him. He's even using his flash offensively, which is not often seen, you know, in a competitive scenario. But again, Thunder Talk, again, just pressing pressing forward with whatever they think is an advantage. And you look at the way the timers are going right now. I think that the second dragon is about to spawn up in just a few seconds, but with everything calculated, I don't think we'll have a third dragon in this game because of how delayed the first dragon was collected. So, you know, if this second dragon will be even further delayed, chances are it will not be enough time for the third dragon to spawn up, which means that we won't have any soul in game 2.
Yeah, well, quite honestly, it will be good for OMG. You know, no soul for Thunder Talk. That's actually a good thing. So they just have to delay it if they want to play unto denying the soul away from Thunder Talk. They don't have to commit it.
Yeah. They need the Akali though. SMK needs to be here because if Thunder Talk forces a team fight without the Akali, there's no chance of OMG winning. And so now he's batting towards a dragon. They want this fast.
Starting down the Ocean Drake already cease and desist. That will be Thunder Talk who secures the objective. Nelson is down low, but a counter strike stunts onto Inyan, and that will be the death of him. It's a 5v4 already with Jax deleted. It's a numbers game for OMG. X-Spy already down low, but he comes into the backside with Vladimir. Tides of blood. Stacy's not gonna save you in 15. Now down very low. Use up the exhaust as well. On top of that, Thunder Talk secures the ace.
That's a team fight win. That's a triple kill for Soil, and you buy him enough seconds to scale up his items, and he will do just that. Now Thunder Talk pressing forward towards the Baron that is so squishy into this game, and I don't think we will ever have a 30-minute game here in Infinity because Thunder Talk is running away with things.
Wait. You jinxed it. You jinxed it already. Right?
What?
So you might go to 13. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you
Whatever
mentioned,
jokes you have, you know, this is not a joke. This is not a drill. Thunder Talk, with their team fighting prowess, they can still win off of beautiful micro. Did you see that stasis play just to bait in Huawa and Z, following through with the Tides of Blood into a flash? Soil and Z, when tag teaming this way, this is the reason why Thunder Talk is this strong. You know, in the current season, it's because of their carries overall.
Yeah, and as you have mentioned, Baron B utilized, takes down tier 2, coming into the mid lane, and 15 playing defense here, but Inhib turret will fall down. Thunder Talk is looking to end this.
It's now the inhibitor tower in the mid lane already opened for the taking for Thunder Talk. Now the bot lane is going to be the next target here for Thunder Talk.
Playing turret defense, playing Nexus defense, but SMY with a body slam explosive cast. That won't be the isolation. Jungler is deleted. OMG is now playing with 4 members left. White Cat has to go back and retreat. SMY goes back into the front lines, and Tides of Blood once again deletes 15. And now Hexic Ultimate unlocks it onto Z, and Thunder Talk once again is beating Thunders in this series, and that will win them the series up against OMG.
No one is going to steal their thunder this time, and Thunder Talk presses on, improves their record 10-1. Meanwhile, OMG is on towards their 8th straight lose streak. What a game.
Oh, I thought you were gonna look at the perspective of Thunder Talk getting the top 1, but yes! OMG!
It's not yet fully confirmed, right? Regardless of what record we have right now for Thunder Talk and Trace Esports, right? Like, they do have 10-1, but on their tails it is Trace Esports. Now, the only thing that is left to be done here to really settle as to who is the best team in CN is for them to square off against each other.
Yeah, because currently Thunder Talk is top 1, as they were able to beat down OMG. Trace Esports is still lacking down behind, because I believe they got 2-0 series still, but with the amount of games that Thunder Talk was able to win in their respective series, they're still on top 1.
Yeah, points wise, right? Like,
points wise,
they should have the advantage, but I don't think that will be the first tiebreaker. I believe, you know, it's the series score that will still be considered, but, you know, all things considered, it will still be the series score that will ultimately decide as to who gets the number 1 seed. And I'm going to check the calendar if we are ever to have, you know, the Trace Esports versus Thunder Talk in this week number 7, or are we going to have to wait for week number 8 for that to happen?
That will be so good, though. That will be so good. Thunder Talk up against Trace. It's pretty much a decider. Who's the best?
Yeah. You know what? It's going to fall. Like, it's going to happen next week. So. We have to wait 1 more week.
All right.
Oh wow. Okay.
A little bit of suspense there being sprinkled by Wild Rift Esports.
Right. Exactly. And definitely not scripted, right?
Definitely not.
And this is a schedule that has been decided for since forever, right? Like,
since forever, since the very beginning.
It's not a schedule that adjusts depending on your standing, right? So it just falls into place basically, and Thunder Talk will be squaring off against Trace Esports next week. But you know, we will look into this game and see that OMG still has backs, right? There are team fights that they are able to win. White Cat always decisive going in, but Inyan, to me, his play is still, you know, the solid foundation of OMG. His engages is still very good. It's just that, you know, Thunder Talk is pretty much prepared for the entirety, right? You look at Soil. This 4-1-7 is already in consideration that the first blood was done to him. So this was a 0-1-0 start.
Yeah, it was just it was a little bit detrimental, but the thing is, XBuy and his team supporting made it so they came back. It was just so good. And this is the importance, right? This is the importance of these rotations and responses.
Yeah. XBuy basically saved his brother's life there, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I got you back.
Yeah, he was able to find the timely ganks to reverse whatever was being done on the bot side. And we are going to show the match results and the brackets shortly for the information of everyone. But pretty much, you know, if you're following since since the first series, we've been highlighting what the positional implications will be of every single one of those games. Again, match number 1 now falls to Fennel. Match number 2, Trace Esports. And match number 3, Thunder Talk, as expected, winning 2-0.
Yeah, the curse has been lifted, Toulouse. I'm not the caster who brings down the 3 games every single time. And we're down. We're down to the 2-game series for each and every single one for the day.
I think I just have to congratulate you then. Anyway,
thank you.
The CN Conference 10-1 win-loss record for Thunder Talk, followed by 9-1 in Trace by Trace Esports. But more importantly, those teams that are vying for the top 8 spot, Nova, J Team, Woohoo Gaming, JDG, those are the 4 teams that are so close to each other that it can change anytime soon.
Yeah, it definitely could. But you know what? A little bit of minor changes. It's Nova and J Team that is currently on the back foot, that they have to really creep themselves back in onto
Right.
if they want to secure solidly onto the playoffs for the side of CN Conference. But Woohoo Gaming on an even level playing field up against J Team and Nova. This is where they need to step up along with the likes of JDG to be able to really just stack up on wins and have them the security of the playoffs without any problem moving forward.
You know what? The only thing that is differing, J Team, Woohoo Gaming, and JDG to Nova Esports is that Nova is still playing the same 5. Meanwhile, the other 3 teams had major roster changes. For the APAC side, though, we are going to look into the record, and G2 Blacklist KT Roller Y now, since he still is at the top of the standings. Meanwhile, for APAC, Fennel claws back into the number 6 spot by securing that win earlier against NAOS. But I think, the number 6 spot between Fennel and Team Flash will boil down to that matchup that is yet to happen. We have to wait for that matchup again. And I will be checking the schedule as to when that will happen. If it happens tomorrow, I'll be surprised. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It will happen on Sunday. The first series will be between Fennel and Team Flash. So whoever wins that will most likely secure the number 6 spot.
Yeah, and speaking of matches, what we have for tomorrow will be Nova up against Saigon Cerberus. Followed up is your KD Roller Y up against Bangkok Invit.
KBG and Weibo Gaming. The finalist from WRL, not WRL-A, right? So this was from years ago. KBG versus Weibo Gaming. Will be squaring off at match number 3. Of course, the story is definitely going to be very different from then to now, because KBG and Weibo Gaming is still trying to find a more stable position in the standings as we move towards the close of this day. Infi.
Yeah, it's a lot up ahead coming into the following weeks, and a lot more stakes at the line for a lot of these teams. So take note and have an eye for these teams in the following games. But you know what? The series is over. We got 2 games all around. That's pretty much it.
We will see everyone again tomorrow. So tomorrow is also going to be a very exciting day. This is Toulouse with Infinity, and again, on behalf of the production team, good night, GG, well played, see you tomorrow.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.